Chapter 12:11. Everyone in Mount Qingliang knew that a powerful figure had arrived. He was a scholar from Gangnam-do's Deer County. No one had heard of him before, but he had mysteriously become the deputy administrator of Bailiang. This was an unprecedented high-ranking official position in the Liang dynasty. Logically speaking, he should be one of the primary third rank and secondary second rank. However, Zhao Shi of Great Peace City turned a blind eye to this. He did not reprimand nor did he admit it. It was as if he had made up his mind to let Bailiang do whatever they wanted. Rumor had it that because of this, Wang Ting, the manager of the Lingzhou Golden Weaving Bureau, had a headache. He did not know how to sew a fitting official robe for the deputy administrator. Whether the official patch was a first-rank crane or a second-rank peacock, it was still uncertain. Mount Qingliang was already used to this. Previously, there were two even younger scholars. Su Beiji, who was born in Beimang, was already the manager of Lingzhou. Even Chen Shiliang, who was the son of a humble concubine, had become the city magistrate of Qingcang City in Liuzhou. Another scholar from the Song family who had suddenly gained power was nothing. Moreover, it was said that during the Yonghui era, when the pillars of the imperial court had emerged one after another to shoulder the burden, he had competed with the head of the prime minister, Yin Mao Chun, for the #1 scholar. Such an outstanding figure had a much higher starting point than Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. Nowadays, the atmosphere in Bailiang had changed. The status of scholars gradually rose with the tide. This was already the trend. As for the sudden appearance of Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, there were not so many rumors. Originally, Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang had suffered a lot because of this matter. Fortunately, on Mount Qingliang, even the coachmen and cooks were people who had seen the world, so they didn't pay too much attention to Song Dongming's arrival. After Song Dongming entered this grand prince's estate located in the northwest of the dynasty, he didn't spend his days as unrestrained and leisurely as Su Beiji, nor did he live in seclusion like Chen Shiliang, who rarely came out. He didn't wear an official robe that fit him, so he only wore an ordinary scholar's robe. He usually lived in a serene and elegant courtyard on the mountainside. Intentionally or unintentionally, he had won over a group of advisors and officials who had originally been gloomy in the prince's estate. The small courtyard was called Huai Gui. Because it sounded like Huai Gui, it didn't have a good meaning. It was very easy for people to associate it with the words, harboring evil intentions, which was a taboo. As a result, even though the view was excellent, and when the weather was clear and bright, one could see half of Liangzhou city through the window, it had still been abandoned for many years. Song Dongming had chosen this place to stay. The servants of the estate only knew that he had never set foot in the Wutong'an, where orioles and swallows have red clay in their mouths. However, there would often be women in the courtyard who held great power coming and going, and then there would constantly be unfamiliar faces entering Huai Gui courtyard. Some of them left, while others stayed. Su Fengnian was lost in thought. Song Dongming not only needed to be used, but should be used greatly. However, compared to Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, whose minds were not complicated, Song Dongming was much more difficult to use. Liang Mang's war was imminent. Just as he had a large number of high-quality chess pieces, Bailiang also had a large number of good chess pieces. Among the generals, there were bright stars. Yan Wenluan, Jean Partridge, Zhou Kong, Ancestor Gu, He Zhonghu, Chen Yunchui, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Ning Amei, Wang Lingbao, Li Mofen, and so on. There were simply inexhaustible talents. But what about the civil officials? In particular, the officials who could make Liang drool could be counted on one's fingers, not to mention the large number of loyal court officials who had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain during Yonghui's reign. It was no wonder that the Liang imperial court liked to ridicule Bailiang for following his example. If Su Shao was crippled, the entire Bailiang officialdom would be crippled as well. The civil and military officials would be unbalanced, and it would be difficult for them to make a difference. In war, it was not enough to say that the martial artists could fight well and not be afraid of death. Especially in the upcoming war, where tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be involved in a local campaign. The civil officials first had to be able to not be a burden. If they could also complement the martial artists, many fewer people would die. Su Fengnian raised his head and furrowed his brows. Starting from the foot of Mount Qingliang, the fish-duck crossbows continuously shot into the air. The closer they got to Tide Hark Lake, where he, the king of Bailiang, was resting, the denser the crossbow bolts became. After Su Fengnian returned from Beimang with the two heads of Su Huainan and Diwu Raccoon of Mount Tibing, the Jianghu heroes who dared to assassinate Beiliang Palace completely disappeared. After all, those Jianghu people who were able to make a name for themselves, no matter how irreconcilable their hatred was, were not fools who were willing to throw themselves into a trap. This was especially so after the battle between Su Fengnian and Wang Xianji that showed disdain for the Wulin world. Many of the Spring and Autumn clan men of sacrifice who had been hiding in Beiliang for many years silently left the country along with those generals and rich gentry. This group of people was truly discouraged. Su Fengnian could not think of anyone who could completely conceal their qi and arrive at the foot of Mount Qingliang, then suddenly charge into the palace. Even Su Fengnian could not clearly capture that indistinct figure. Logically speaking, if Zhao Shi wanted him to arm wrestle with Bei Mang, he could die, but he could not die too early. As for Bei Mang, Hong Jingyan and Murong Baoding had only recently appeared in Liuzhou, so there shouldn't be anyone who would be so bored as to come alone. Tuoba had this strength, but the mindset of the war god of Beimang had always been more inclined to achieve great feats on the battlefield. Just as Su Fengnian was feeling puzzled, he saw a figure dash out of the nearby Tide Hark Pavilion. Su Fengnian was absent-minded for a moment. Before Su Fengnian went up the mountain to practice his swordsmanship, Su Fengnian brought back the white fox face. It was a snowy winter and the white fox face was swordsmanship on the lake. At that time, Su Fengnian really thought that it was the most powerful swordsmanship in the world. Now that he looked back, White Fox's bladesmanship and bladesmanship were still superior. But there was still a gap between it and Gu Jiantong's and Chao Chongqing's thunder of mind and heart of mind that he had seen in Taiyan City. However, White Fox's face was the first Jianghu expert he had confirmed in his 3 years of travel. Of course, after that, Old Huang, the old man with the blade who came out from the bottom of the lake, the old hierarch Wang Zhonglo, and the old man with the sheepskin fur coat gradually appeared in his vision. Each of them had their own charm, and all of them were admirable. His reverence for Jianghu arose spontaneously. Chapter 12:12. Bai Hu Er's face passed by the tall figure 1,000 feet away from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Su Fengnian stood up. After the assassin paused for a moment, which was difficult to detect, Su Fengnian immediately recognized the newcomer's identity. It was a completely unexpected senior. A nameless swordsman who loved to eat swords. Xie Valley. It was the old man who lent his sword to Su Fengnian and saved his life from Han Diaoxi. Su Fengnian stood and walked out of the pavilion. Before he could walk down the stairs, the old ancestor eater sword came to the pavilion. The one-armed old man who exchanged his arm with Li Chungang lifted the sleeve of his broken arm. More than half of the sleeve was cut off. He said, Gu Jiantang doesn't have such a sharp blade technique at his age. One blade is roughly equivalent to Gu Jiantang from 8 years ago. What about 2 blades? Su Fengnian stepped down the stairs and smiled. Junior greets old ancestor Sui. The old man went straight to the point. I won't haggle over your hospitality. Kid, you owe this old man your life. Give him 7 or 8 good swords first as an appetizer. How you repay your kindness later on will be calculated slowly. Kid, you robbed Wang Xianji's belongings from Martial Emperor City. I think this old man is in for a treat this time. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Unfortunately, the family head of the sword tomb blocked the way at River Prefecture. Most of the famous swords were destroyed. But since old ancestor is here, there are still some good swords in the treasury. Senior, you will be full for every day you stay here. The old man glanced at the young man who he used to look down on and laughed. Kid, this is what makes you hard to hate. Although you are not a good person, you are not stingy at all. The old man stepped into the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Su Fengnian followed behind him and asked softly, Dong Tai didn't enter Beiliang with senior? Xie Valley rolled his eyes and said, he doesn't want to get involved in the court disputes. This old man is the same. It's just that Tan Tai Ping Jing is the only demon in this old man's heart. This old man has been thinking about her for 80 years. Since she came to Beiliang, this old man naturally has to keep an eye on her. If she cheats, this old man can kill her immediately. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Naturally, he could only stand aside and watch obediently. Su Fengnian received the news very quickly. Not only did White Fox Face leave the building, she also left the city. She only carried a single blade, the Spring Thunder. Without any hesitation, she brought Wang Shang, who was helping to carry the winter-embroidered blade and the 7 swords to Beimang. She did not even bid farewell to Su Fengnian before she left. This made Su Fengnian feel a little sad. After Xianxia Valley sat down, he said something shocking. With Xie Feiyu's help to capture the flood dragons of all sizes in Shu, Chen Jibao will soon catch up with Wang Xianji. The old man gloated. Su Fengnian, don't tell me you have a feud with everyone with Ji in their name? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he was shocked and nodded slowly. He remembered the most hidden shadow of the Qin dynasty 800 years ago. His name did not have the word Ji in it, but was called Chao Ji. The old man was just speaking casually. He did not care about this messy and confusing theory of numerology. Su Fengnian, who had a gloomy expression, leaned against the pillar of the pavilion and closed his eyes. Then, his expression turned for the better. He stood up and looked into the distance again. Xianxia Valley, who had 2 snow-white eyebrows, stretched out 2 fingers and twirled one of his long eyebrows. He stared at the young man whose state of mind had changed and slowly fell into deep thought. From the southeast where there were streams and drizzles to the northwest where there were yellow sands and strong winds, a pair of master and disciple walked for thousands of miles. They were finally about to enter Beiliang. They were about to approach the Wudong mountain that was full of incense. Finally, at the end of this auspicious year, they would climb the mountain amidst the heavy snow. At this moment, the young master was carrying his exhausted disciple and was walking slowly. Master, after becoming a Taoist, will I have to memorize a lot of books? Not necessarily. Master, Mr. Su said that you are the best Taoist on the mountain. Since I am your disciple, I have to cultivate well and focus on Taoism. I am afraid that I will not do well. In life, one should be at ease with one's circumstances. This is cultivation and it is also a blessing. Master, I don't understand. What does it mean to be at ease with one's circumstances? It means to stop when you are tired. When you are not tired, you can continue. We Taoists seek Taoism. Actually, it is not in the sky but under our feet. Master, then let me walk on my own. I am not tired anymore. It's okay. I will carry you again. But Master, won't this not be at ease with one's circumstances? You Fu, remember. There are some things in this world that are more important than cultivation. Ha! Just like when you are walking on the road and you see someone. Even if you are not tired, you are not willing to walk anymore. Then you can stop and look at her. It seems to go against the heavenly Tao. But in the eyes of Master's martial uncle, it does not go against the great Tao. Whether I am Taoist or not, why should I need someone else to tell me? Sigh, Master, it sounds like being a Taoist is really difficult. But Master, you also have martial uncles? Of course Master has martial uncles. Master's martial uncles will also have martial uncles. In the future, there will also be people on the mountain who will call you martial uncles. Master, look. The leaves of the tree over there are red. Then let's stop and take a look? Okay. Wudong Taoist Li Yufu put down his disciple, Yufu, and held his hand. They looked up at the yellow tree with bright red autumn leaves. The autumn tree was like a woman in red. He did not dare to calculate everything because the world was unpredictable. He did not dare to have deep feelings for fear that it would be a big dream. Li Yufu lowered his head and looked at the child who was in a daze. Martial uncle, do you really want to dream for 300 years? Li Yufu looked at the heaven and earth with a determined gaze. The people of the world seemed to be proving the heavenly Tao. Everyone had the great Tao to walk on, but they had forgotten it. No matter how high the heavenly Tao was, there would always be a peak. Celestials sat high and were called immortals. But the great Tao was endless. Why was there a need to be high and mighty? Li Yufu smiled. Martial uncle, before you died, you told me not to walk on your path. I never understood. Now I understand. Li Yufu let go of his hand and folded his hands. He slowly bowed and bowed 3 times. The first bow was to his parents and teachers. The second bow was to heaven and earth. The third bow was to the great Tao in his heart. Thunder rolled in the entire Central Plains. But for some reason, there was no thunder in the world. Chapter 12:13. Su Fengnian ordered someone to take out 3 good swords from the armory to make the most expensive dish in the world for Sui Xiegu. The old man would not be courteous to this young man. He casually picked up an ancient sword with the words, Ice Wheel at the imperfection of Yun Peak, engraved on it and placed it on his knees. He broke off the tip of the sword with his fingers and threw it into his mouth as if he was chewing soybeans. When the young maidservant whose name Su Fengnian did not know left the pavilion to collect the sword, she was stunned and had a special charm. Su Fengnian did not look sideways. Instead, it was the ancestor who looked at the graceful woman and then at the young man who had not yet reached the age of 30. His eyes seemed to be saying, "How can there be such an indifferent and pure king in this world?" Su Fengnian looked at the green lake water. Occasionally, a group of bright-colored carp slid past. Back then, the old man with a blade had been suppressed at the bottom of the lake for many years. When he saw the light of day again, he picked up the nickname 9 Swords Yellow again. At that time, the eldest sister was still in Gangnam-do, the second sister was still studying at the Xianxia Academy, and Su Xiao was not that old yet. He himself was still full of longing and daydreaming about Jianghu. Sui Xiegu ate quickly, drank quickly, and ate even faster. Soon, he was eating the second thunder of 1,000 gullies. Looking at the absent-minded Su Fengnian, he sneered, "When we first met, all 3 of your legs were trembling. Now that you've defeated Wang Xianji, you're really like a beggar who has obtained a mountain of gold and silver. You're incomparably extravagant now that you're sitting in the same pavilion as this old man, yet you still dare to daydream." Su Fengnian mentioned the last sword. It was one of the 3 talisman swords of Mount Longhu 300 years ago. It had been hidden in the Tide Listening Pavilion for many years. It could be said that no one knew about it, but it still shone brightly after being unsheathed. Su Fengnian thought for a while and called for the maidservant who had not gone far to retrieve 2 other good swords. Sui Xiegu did not care about this and joked. It said that the Tide Listening Pavilion has a sword rack with 6 peerless swords. This time 2 of them are among the top 10 swords in the world. One is Fuji, and the other is Shudao. When this old man will open his eyes, the more you hide it, the more this old will be hungry. Be careful. He might steal it. When he can't, others might not be able to get within 10 meters of you, but it shouldn't be difficult for me. Su Fengnian smiled. It's not that I don't want to take out the Fuji and Shudao, it's that I can't. Those 2 swords are my second sister's favorite. She has been wiping them since she was young. Sui Xiegu finished eating the famous sword, Ravine Thunder, and burped. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "If this old man insists on eating it, what will you do?" Su Fengnian smiled but did not say anything. The old man stretched out a finger. His snow-white eyebrows that hung down to his knees were like spiritual snakes coiling around his finger. The servant girl standing on the stone steps outside the pavilion suddenly felt a gloomy chill, as if someone had stuffed a handful of winter snow into her collar. She gently raised her eyebrows and looked at the young vassal king sitting quietly in the pavilion. For some reason, after seeing him, the chill faded a little. For a servant girl like her who was not on duty in Wutongan, the young man in front of her, who was said to be wearing the vassal king's embroidered robe in the near future, was so far away even though he was right in front of her eyes and within her reach. But everyone in Mount Qingliang was already looking forward to him wearing the robe sent by the Golden Thread Weaving Bureau. They were guessing what color it would be. Would it be apricot yellow, or would it be pure blue like the general's robe? Would it be a round dragon or a rising dragon? Would it be made of Sichuan brocade or silk? Especially the women in the prince's mansion. No matter what age they were, they all felt that when he wore the vassal king's embroidered robe, he would be the most handsome man in the world. They also knew that the imperial court had once had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate personally send over a jade-white embroidered robe. But he had only worn it once at the border before it was locked in a chest and completely banished to the cold palace. The servant girl's mouth was slightly open. The pavilion where the prince and the sword-eating elder had been sitting just a moment ago had suddenly become empty after her momentary absent-mindedness. She did not even feel the slightest breeze. The 2 of them had disappeared into thin air before her eyes. On the lake between the Tide Listening Pavilion and the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Su Fengnian had his back to the armory as he flew backwards. Although his figure was only a fleeting glimpse, in the eyes of the spectators in the shadows, it was still an indescribable elegance. 3 zhang in front of him was Sui Xiegu with one hand behind his back. His 2 long eyebrows, like a dragon's beard, fluttered in the wind. The 2 of them did not attack. The illusory Su Fengnian once again paused after reaching the shore. At the same time, Sui Xiegu's slightly leaning figure also appeared in everyone's line of sight. These 2 people, who stood at the peak of Jianghu despite the great difference in age, still did not openly attack each other. However, The distance between the two of them had already shrunk to 2 zhang. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Su Fengnian stopped in front of the Tide Listening Pavilion's 3 layers of signboards and did not retreat any further. Sui Xiegu laughed loudly, but he did not insist on barging into the pavilion through the main door. Instead, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and soared upwards. In the blink of an eye, a strange scene appeared. The servant girl in the pavilion craned her neck to look. She saw that the white-browed immortal who had eaten the sword had returned to the Tide Listening Pavilion's platform. He even stretched out his single arm to pat his shoulder as if he was dusting off the dust. Chapter 12:14. Su Fengnian floated in the air at the same height as the 6th floor, looking down at the old man on the ground. The robe under his armpit was cut open by a strand of sword aura that reached the godless realm. The sword aura was formless, and the sword was where the heart was. It was already considered a superior technique, but there were still traces to be found when fighting with a top master. However, if the flying sword technique was formless and godless and unpredictable, then it would be a real headache. As for Dong Tai's flying sword technique, it was clearly a sword, but it was superior to the godless sword aura. He already had the bearing of an immortal swordsman. No one would want to provoke this middle-aged swordsman who had borrowed a sword from Li Chungang, and then returned from a visit to the East Sea. After Wang Xianji's death, even Tuoba did not dare to say that he had absolute confidence in winning. At most, he had a 50% chance of winning. The current Su Fengnian did not have the strength to do so. Sui Xiegu, who was 100 years old, was without a doubt the second-best swordsman in the world after Deng Tai-A. Even though the old man mocked himself for having lived 100 years in vain when he went north with Deng Tai-A, he was still the only swordsman in the hundreds of years of Jianghu. Li Chungang was the only swordsman who could catch up with Ancestor Lu in terms of swordsmanship. Deng Tai-A's swordsmanship was recognized by the world as inferior swordsmanship. Sui Xiegu's swordsmanship was inferior to Li Chuangong's, and his swordsmanship was inferior to Dong Tai's by several generations. However, this was not a reason for Sui Xiegu to be underestimated. Su Fengnian stepped on Sui Xiegu, who was about to fly into the tower. Sui Xiegu responded with courtesy, and his sword aura cut his robe. The atmosphere on the Tide Listening Pavilion side was tense to the extreme. Su Weisheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, appeared outside the steps. He said calmly, "Just give him the 2 worldly possessions." In her opinion, there was no need to anger the old swordsman with long eyebrows, whose name was not on the rankings, but whose strength was enough to enter the rankings, for 2 swords that she would never have the chance to unsheath. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "If it's mine, I'll give it away." "Second sister, you like him?" "No way." Sui Xiegu, who had been stopped 4 times in a row, could not help but mock. "What arrogance! Do you really think that a crippled local snake like you can kill all the dragons in the world?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Senior, you asked for it." The corner of Sui Xiegu's mouth twitched as he said darkly, "Oh, this brat is really panting?" This old man originally treated it as a joke, but since you don't know what's good for you, this old man will take this opportunity to correct the name of all the swordsmen in the world. Without Wang Xianji, the number 1 in the world should belong to a swordsman. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "After the battle with Wang Xianji, I learned a little and comprehended 3 moves. If Senior can withstand them, don't mention handing over Fuji and the way of Shu Dao, even this armory will be yours." After saying this, Su Fengnian raised his hand and the assassins of the prince's residence who were hiding in secret began to retreat rapidly. The dazed servant girl was taken away on the spot and thrown to the other side of Tide Hark Lake. Sui Xiegu closed his eyes to rest and waited quietly. Su Weisheng did not move. He only supported his chin with one hand and tilted his head. He looked up at his high and mighty younger brother, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed that he really could not beat him up like before. The wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. There was a patch of reeds beside Tide Hark Lake. The autumn reeds had already turned gray, their stems slanted and the clumps of fluffy reeds gradually withered. The wind rose and the catkins flew. If one were to look closely, they would see that the hollow stems of the reeds that grew from the water began to break inch by inch in a disorderly manner. In this patch of reeds at the end of autumn, the catkins flew like flying snow. At the same time, the originally tranquil mirror of Tide Hark Lake at the waist of Mount Qingliang began to shatter into fine fragments. It was as if countless hammers were tirelessly striking this mirror of water. The occasional koi fish that leapt out of the water were instantly pulverized into fine powder. Countless mottled cracks began to appear on the richly colored wooden pavilion at the center of the lake. The 2 rows of scholar willows on the path to the center of the lake began to emit waves of muffled cracking sounds. In the end, the shore at the foot of Tide Hark Pavilion was also affected. From the edge of the water to the empty space beneath Su Fengnian's feet, the entire area was covered with fleeting patterns of air currents. But this undercurrent, intentionally or otherwise, circled around Sui Xiegu and Su Weisheng. However, the two were in different situations. Su Weisheng had circled around of his own accord, while the old man was like a rock in the middle of a river, forcefully breaking through the current. Su Fengnian sat, cross-legged, looking down at the motionless Sui Xiegu. In terms of their understanding of the sword, whether it was sword moves or sword intent, they were the most outstanding figures in the world. Su Fengnian had also imitated Li Chuangong's sword attack on the peak of the Great Snow Plateau many times, borrowing 100 swords with great momentum. But Su Fengnian was well aware that this kind of large-scale sword attack was both pleasing to the eye and practical when used against ordinary martial artists. This was because each sword and each sword qi, even if distributed to a single person, the power would still be considerable. But when faced against an opponent like Sui Xiegu, who was on par with him, no one had ever squandered their essence, qi and spirit in such a manner. Just like when Li Chungang and Wang Xianji met again on the surface of the Eastern Sea in the martial emperor city after dozens of years, the old man's majestic sword flow seemed to be scattered as it smashed towards Wang Xianji. But in reality, it was one sword after another, and the sword qi was closely intertwined. Su Fengnian was doing the opposite at the Listening Tide Lake. Although he made the first move, he did not make the first move. Instead, he gave the initiative to Sui Xiegu. This was the attitude of a host welcoming a guest. I have brought out a table full of sumptuous food and wine. Whether you want to eat or not depends on whether your appetite is big enough. This move contained not only Li Chuangong's sword intent, but also Xue Songguan's random beat in the rainy alley. It also contained the essence of Deng Tai A's Thunderpool and some of the zen of the Dragon Tree Monk. As long as Sui Xiegu, who was trapped in a circle, made a move, it would affect everything. He would become the enemy of this small world. Whether Sui Xiegu wanted to prove his swordsmanship or the reputation of the world swordsman, he had to first walk out of this small world of Buddhism's cage. Just as Sui Xiegu was about to make his move, Su Fengnian turned to look at Su Weisheng and smiled. Then, he threw a chess piece high up in the air slowly and casually. Chapter 12:15. Sui Xiegu's brows were as long as a white dragon's beard. His tall and sturdy body remained as still as a mountain from the beginning to the end. This kind of action was a result of his 100 years of experience, and also because he dared to challenge Li Chungang and Wang Xianji. If he added Su Fengnian to the mix, the 3 champions of Jianghu in the past 100 years had all been challenged by him. When Li Chungang returned from the demon-slaying platform, his state of mind was damaged, but Sui Xiegu did not take advantage of the situation. He still asked about the strongest person, the 2-sleeved green snake that Li Chungang had mastered to the extreme. After that, Wang Xianji was at the peak of martial arts. No matter how they fought, he was always the strongest. Unfortunately, it was Yu Groom who received the last half of the sword. This was because Wang Xianji wanted to give the final battle to Su Fengnian, who was far away in the northwest. However, from the conversation that Green Pao Air heard, Wang Xianji was definitely not someone that Sui Xiegu could defeat. This time, Sui Xiegu did not enter Bailiang to work for anyone. He wanted to charge and kill the enemy in the Battle of Liangmang. He wanted to compete with Su Fengnian, an old man who did not care about riches and fame. Sui Xiegu was sure that Su Fengnian's original reliance on Gao Shulu's physique had disappeared. Therefore, the only thing that could be done was to kill without spilling blood. This was similar to the old master of the Spring Invitation Cottage who was best at talking on paper. However, Sui Xiegu believed that in today's world, there were at most a handful of idiots like himself who dared to fight with Su Fengnian. Arriving at the right time was better than arriving early. Just as Su Fengnian was facing off against the old man, Wu Luding and Sui Hua led the Wu clan cavalry into Liangzhou city and arrived at Mount Qingliang. After entering the prince's estate, their path was unimpeded. The 100-some people abandoned their horses and walked to the other side of Tide Hark Lake where the 2 experts were facing off. These withered swordsmen with long swords on their backs stood in a line. Apart from the sloppy young sword crown and the calm female sword attendants, the chief flow of these 90-some people was affected. Their tranquil minds began to ripple to varying degrees. Even if the spectators did not comment on the game, they could not help but put themselves in the opponent's shoes. This was even more so for the spectators. As a result, their state of mind was affected. Among the 90 or so swordsmen, most of them had dull expressions. Even in the face of Sir Tidehark's rare peak-level confrontation, none of them revealed an expression of shock. There was a proverb at the beginning of the Wu family's genealogy: "Only when the heart is dead like ashes does the sword come alive." In the end, it was to say that the sword was more important than the person. Forget oneself and remember the sword. Only in this way could the sword be enlightened and enter the divine. The Wu family advocated 2 swords. One type of sword wielding was like a lover who had met with infatuated love. After grasping the sword, they would never change their mind and would die for the sword as if it were for love. The other type of sword wielding was like a descendant who respected their ancestors. They would pay attention to the inheritance of the sword and would often think about how the swordsman who wielded the sword would conduct himself. Wu Luding squatted by the lakeside. Cui Hua, who carried the Su of Gojoseon, stood behind him. On the left and right of the sword crown stood a man in his 40s. His surname was Zhu, and he gave off a gloomy aura as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The other old man stood in contrast. Even if he did not smile, he gave off the impression that he was much kinder. The sword on the old man's back was extremely thin and long. Its width was less than half that of an ordinary sword, but it was as long as 2 ordinary swords. The old man was short and his sword was almost as tall as him. These 2 people were very important even in the sword tomb of the Wu family, which was full of experts. The man Wu Luding privately called Demon Zhu was once Dong Tai's mortal enemy. The 2 of them were once abandoned on the Sword Mountain. From childhood to adolescence, they relied on each other for survival. No one knew why they eventually turned against each other and became enemies. Helion, who was nicknamed the Sword Grandpa, was a martial arts maniac. He was one of the few Beimang swordsmen in the Sword Tomb. The illegitimate son of the Wu family, Dong Tai, fought against him when he left the Sword Tomb. Helion, on the other hand, was praised by the ancestor of the Wu family as the best in terms of his unique understanding of the sword. The man with the surname Zhu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said sinisterly, "What best in the world? As long as we remove those nails, even I will have a chance to kill him." Although Wu Luding didn't have a good impression of Su Fengnian, he was still impartial when it came to matters and people. In addition, he had always hated Demon Zhu, who had killed many people in the Sword Tomb. If it wasn't for the fact that Demon Zhu had already left the Wu family, he would have pestered the ancestor to change his mind and not let the tiger go back to the mountain. He and Cui Hua didn't believe that 60 dragon-binding nails could trap this person. Therefore, Wu Luding sneered and said, "Don't forget that the current Su Fengnian is a Su Fengnian without Gao Shulu's physique. His strength has been greatly reduced. If Wang Xianji hadn't died, would you have dared to say such words in Martial Emperor City?" The devil laughed mockingly and said, "Whether old monster Wang is dead or not, I won't say that I can defeat him. But since that Su Fengnian has been beaten back to his original state and is only a #1 person in the world who doesn't live up to his name, why can't I say it? Can't kill him? As the sword crown of the Wu family, you don't even have this bit of courage." It seems that the Jianghu is destined to be worse with each generation. The Wu family's sword tomb is no exception. Wu Luding was so angry that he glared. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Cui Hua say softly, "Zhu Huang, in 3 days, we will decide who the Su of Gojoseon belongs to." Demon Zhu, who had been drooling over the Su of Gojoseon for a long time, chuckled. However, there was a trace of undetectable nervousness in his fiery eyes. Wu Luding was even more flustered. However, he knew Cui Hua's temperament too well. He couldn't persuade her with words. Even if he used a few large vats of saliva, it would still be futile unless his swordsmanship was better than hers. At this moment, Wu Luding, who had left the sword tomb to travel the Jianghu for many years, suddenly realized that he might have been too content. He always felt that he would one day reach the top of the sword forest and that there was no need to rush. Wu Luding seemed lazy and undisciplined, but he was also extremely conceited. He thought that his talent was enough to make the entire Jianghu wait for that day. Elder Helion, who had been watching the tide-listening pavilion all this time, suddenly said, "I've spent my entire life observing, learning, and comprehending. It's like collecting countless treasures. I want to weave 2 flawless curtains, but I'm limited by my mediocre weaving skills. I have the will, but I don't have the strength. It's said that even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. I'm helpless, and I'm even more helpless. I have 10,000 pounds of rice, but I can't cook it. Thus, I've never been able to show these two curtains to the world. The elder turned his head to look at the young sword crown and slowly said, I originally thought that you, Wu Lu Ding, could weave the two curtains. However, time doesn't wait for me. I'm already over 80 years old and don't have many days left to live. I might not be able to wait until the day you achieve enlightenment in the way of the sword. Now, I'm fortunate enough to encounter a ready-made one. Chapter 12:16. Wu Lu Ding said with a bitter face, Marry Grandpa's sword. Just keep it in your heart. Why do you have to say it and make me sad? The old man smiled and said, When us old men see that our juniors don't make progress, we will always hate them for not competing. Wu Lu Ding sighed and turned to look at the lake, lost in thought. Other than the most prestigious people in the Wu family sword tomb, there were also Zhang Wantai, the left-handed swordsman who had once fought with Gu Jiantang, Lu Zhenji, the young master of the apricot sword furnace, Yu Wu, Han Banjian and the sword monk Cui Meigong of Western Shu, as well as Nailan Huayu and a few other women who had been in the sword forest for many years. All of them stared at the battle of the pinnacle beside the armory. It was very different from how people imagined it to be when two top experts fought. Other than the beautiful scenery of the rippling lake, the only eye-catching scene made the hundreds of people of the Wu family feel as if they had fallen into a fog. Even Zhu Huang, the Hellion sword maniac, and Gong Sun Xiushui, these top swordsmen, followed the movement of that object with their eyes. A chess piece was thrown high up. It did not reach the top but fell down. It was still jumping to a higher place. Everyone had their own opinions. Gong Sun Xiushui, the top master of the Southern Tang in the past, said to himself, The young king must have built a chessboard. The place where the chess piece is planted is the time when the killing intent is born. Whether the old man with long eyebrows can win or not depends on whether he can break this chess record before the chess piece lands. Nailan Huayu, who was still as charming as before, said with a smile, What chessboard? In my opinion, that young handsome guy is just putting on airs. He does whatever he wants to do. At his level, no matter how shallow the moves are, they can still be used by him. Isn't it just a matter of looking good? Yu Wu, who had almost gone mad from practicing the ancient sword, shook his head and said, Then you have really underestimated this person. That senior sword chi is overflowing from his body, and his cultivation state may not be lower than Su Fengnian's. There must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. How can a battle of life and death be a game? The sword monk, who was often called Baldi Chui by Wu Lu Ding, carried a wooden sword, dragon subduing wood, without a sheath on his back. He touched his head and sighed. The Zen atmosphere here is really strong. It reminds me of the time when I passed by the Dragon Tree Zen Master at the back mountain of the two Zen temples. The old monk was covered in mud. With a hoe in hand, he walked towards me and greeted me with a smile. I thought he was just an ordinary monk in the temple and missed him. Later on, when he thought about it, he realized that he was indeed a person who had attained the Tao of the glazed body. No wonder they say that the Su family of Bailiang has been devoutly worshipping Buddha for 20 years. Could it be karma? The chess pieces began to fall. Just when everyone thought that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin, the sword maniac Hellion revealed a look of surprise and said coldly, It's clear. Cui Hua closed her eyes again. Zhu Huang seemed to have sensed it at the same time. He curled his lips and had a complicated expression. It seemed to be admiration and disdain. Of the remaining 90 or so people, a few of them were obviously slower by half a beat. Most of them did not know what was going on and were still waiting for the thunderous confrontation between the two sides. The chess piece gently landed on the white-browed elder's shoulder. The elder's feet began to sink into the ground. It was only when his knees touched the ground that he stopped falling. Sui Xiegu retracted his gaze from Su Weisheng and raised his hand to casually smash the chess piece. Then the elder raised his head. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Whether it's you or Wang Xianji, how come you're not as straightforward as you used to be when you're in the celestial realm? Do you think that this old man is not worthy enough for you to attack with all your might? Su Fengnian floated to the ground and said calmly, It's hard to say what Wang Xianji thought of the sword that entered the city. If I could avoid fighting with my life on the line, I wouldn't. Sui Xiegu laughed coldly and asked, If I attacked Su Weisheng's formation just now, would you be willing to fight with your life on the line? Su Fengnian did not answer the question directly. He smiled and said, "Senior, you didn't attack, did you?" Sui Xiegu did not speak. However, Su Fengnian dashed forward and blocked in front of Su Weisheng. Sui Xiegu did not attack earlier. However, he purposely bore the full weight of this small kiliacosm. Otherwise, how could a chess piece cause his legs to sink into the ground? In Taoist records, there was once an immortal who used a reed to press down on Mount Buzhou. In the end, the entire mountain collapsed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, even if it was true, it was obvious. However, it was easy to see that before the reed landed on Mount Buzhou, the mountain would have already endured an unimaginable amount of pressure. Sui Xiegu knew better than anyone else that this brat had set up a trap. He had two choices. One was to attack Su Weisheng. The other was to bear the weight of this small kiliacosm. Sui Xiegu, regardless of his original intentions, he chose the more difficult option. This caused the old man to lose to Su Fengnian in the eyes of the spectators. However, for some reason, Sui Xiegu was unwilling to give up. He wanted to fight again. A buzzing sound came from the tide listening pavilion. It sounded like countless mosquitoes and flies were gathered together. Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. "I will be injured, but you will die." Sui Xiegu, who knew the meaning of this, smiled. He used his fingers to tie a knot and asked, "How do you know if you don't try?" Elder Helion sighed heavily. He was a little sad. "Why do you insist on doing this? Is the world sword path really going to decline in this generation?" The tide listening pavilion instantly fell silent. Only one sword flew out of the tall building. Ming Jianshu said. Before Chu Lushan's 1,000 cavalry opened Shu, there was already a green-robed swordsman who opened Shu with his sword. Su Fengnian took a step forward and bent his knees slightly. He put two fingers on his right hand together and held his sword with his left hand. He pointed at Sui Xiegu. He pointed at the swordsman who had once exchanged an arm with the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. To Li Chungang, no matter how big the world was, he could settle it with one sword. To Su Fengnian, who was drifting further and further away from Jianghu, no matter how good Jianghu was, he could only look at it from the other side as long as he was still the king of Beiliang. Even if the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat, Elder Huang's sword box and Wen Hua's wooden sword were still in Jianghu, he could only stay in Beiliang. Just like Wang Xianji stayed in Martial Emperor City. He stayed in Beiliang and did not care about the world's affairs. However, this did not mean that anyone could cross the line in Beiliang. At this moment, on the surface of the tide-listening lake, a large patch of purple-gold lotuses suddenly bloomed. They did not seem to belong to the mortal world. They swayed and swayed. They formed a purple-gold body in an instant, just like Gao Shulu back then. Sui Xiegu looked up and laughed. He suddenly exhaled. He exhaled thousands of sword auras that he had swallowed for 100 years. During that extremely slow sword strike that entered the martial the Arch City, Wang Xianji's 4 disciples worked together, and it seemed like Yu Groom had blocked the last half of the sword strike. In fact, that sword strike was only half a sword strike. It had form, but no divine intent. At this moment, Sui Xiegu wanted to challenge the world's #1 sword. Chapter 12:17. The first half and the second half were worlds apart. First, Chen Zhibao entered the capital to take up the post of Minister of War, drawing a clear line with the Su family. This was a joyous matter. Then, the crown prince position that had been left vacant for a long time was revealed. The various kings left the capital to become vassals, which was also a joyous matter. Then, Yin Maochun presided over the evaluation of the officials. It was done methodically, like a butcher dismembering a cow, living up to his reputation as the hidden minister. If not for Su Fengnian becoming the king of Beiliang, the first half of the first year of the auspicious talisman would have been a good thing. Then came the troubled times. Guangling Road was in chaos. Lu Xianxia, assistant minister of the Ministry of War, became the commander. The vassal King Jing was in trouble. Of the 2 old generals, one died in battle, and the other was still trapped. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were lost just like that. When the frost fell and winter had not truly arrived, it was said that Beimang's million-strong army was going south to the Central Plains. If not for the northwest being their entry point, the Liang court would probably be in deep trouble. However, Lu Shengxiang's position as the commander-in-chief was undoubtedly in jeopardy. The Confucian sage Chao Zhongqing had also appeared on the eastern front of Guangling Road and was confronting the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi. At this time, on another even more magnificent eastern front, the great pillar state Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the military and politics of the northern region, was still biding his time. Chen Zhibao, the king of Shu, disappeared without a trace. Zhao Bing, the king of Yanqi, was watching from the sidelines. As the capital of the country, if not for the arrival of Qi Yanglong, who was in his twilight years, the people of Great Peace City would probably be in a state of panic. Every inch of land in Great Peace City was worth its weight in gold. Many officials who could attend court meetings every day worked for 20 years and still could not afford to buy a house. The more they worked, the less they could afford to buy one. A few years ago, there was a tragedy. An official who lived far away drowned in a river in a rainstorm in the morning in order to make it in time for the morning meeting. The current emperor was said to have the country in his hands, but he was an almost stubborn and thrifty ruler. He was also very strict with his relatives in the imperial family. In the past, the relatives of the emperor would take over the property of the people. After the founding of the country, it would get worse in less than a generation. In this dynasty it was extremely rare. This made it seem like the emperor was different from the other emperors. However, His Majesty the Emperor was never stingy with his generosity to those important officials. Other than that group of scholars who stood out in the spring of Yonghui, there were Chen Jibao, Lu Baijie, and Lu Xianxia. These three high officials of the Ministry of War lived in the best Vermilion Gate mansions when they entered the capital and were bestowed with countless rewards. However, these people still couldn't compare to Chancellor Qi. The previous owner of Qi Yanglong's residence was a county king who had been stripped of his hereditary title by the previous emperor. His eldest son had long been demoted to the rank of General Zhenghua. This wasn't much. In order to take care of Qi Yanglong, who once called himself Ud Clear Gluttony, the emperor of Zhao family, who never played tricks in the imperial kitchen, specially set up an Ud kitchen in the Qi manor. He found two great masters who were proficient in cooking from the old Dongyue territory just to cater to Chancellor Qi's taste. As a result, Qi Yanglong didn't even need to follow the customs of the local officials. The Qi manor was such a treasured land of feng shui, so it naturally made the city's high officials and nobles scramble like ducks. They all considered it an honor to be able to cross the Qi manor's threshold. Regardless of their status and background, busybodies liked to judge by the time they entered the manor. For a time, the Qi manor's main entrance became a dragon's gate. This was an unprecedented grand occasion that hadn't happened even when Zhang Julu was in charge of the Shangshu province. However, this was also related to Grand Secretary Zhang's unreasonable behavior. Chancellor Qi, on the other hand, was completely different. Qi Yanglong didn't reject the luxurious mansion and silk bestowed by the emperor, nor did he reject the elegant book collection bestowed by his colleagues. There were people who roughly estimated that in less than a month's time, the Qi Manor's Iron Sword Zitherguts building had received no less than 80 books, all of which were paid per page, 1 gold per page. The Great Feng Dynasty's books were publicly acknowledged to be exquisite in paper, simple in style, and excellent in engraving. It must be known that the few most famous private library buildings in the world today were the result of several generations of the family's perseverance and extravagance. Red lanterns were hung high everywhere in the Qi Manor. Qi Yanglong had just sent off the Cave Abyss Pavilion's great scholar Yan Jieshi. He sat across from him and drank 2 jars of aged wine. At this moment, the old man who had come to the library alone seemed to be glowing with health. He wore a thick fur coat. The old man's figure was short and thin, especially in the north where men were all tall and healthy, so he seemed to be unable to bear the burden. The old man arrived in front of the bookshelf. Along the way, he didn't take another look at those priceless books. Instead, he pulled out a Bailiang local chronicle that Gu Jiantang had someone send over. The author was unknown. After the old man flipped it open, for some reason, he read those concise words. He only felt a wave of lonely indignation assaulting his face. The land of Lianglong, the winter is extremely cold, many clothes and skins. Although they have been damaged by rats, they are still hidden deep, all of them using thick fur as clothing. Every time there is a severe winter, the fingers will split the skin, freezing the bones for 1,000 li. The land is extremely high. The people of Lianglong can endure the cold and hunger, valiant, not fearing death. The noble, strong and lowly old are adept at riding up and down cliffs as if they are flying. They don't need boats to cross rivers, passing by floating horses, excellent in archery and hunting. Chapter 12:18. The old man dabbed in his saliva and flipped through the pages. He read a passage. They grow up on horses and are the most heavily armored soldiers. When mounted, they gather like the wind. When dismounted, they gather like herds. Everyone is a soldier. Millions of households in Liangdi. More than millions in Jiangnan. Those who own this place have the world. Their temperament is unyielding, and they would rather break than bend. Their hearts are fickle, and they are not enough to achieve merit. Those who do not have outstanding military achievements will not be able to seize merit. When my dynasty owns this place, we can control the northwest. It is only a matter of time before we ride our horses up north. When Beimang owns this place, in less than 10 years, we will be in Guangling. The old man unconsciously read this book written many years ago. His expression was sad. The old man already knew who wrote it. His disciple Sun Ping. Compared to Yuan Benshi and Xie Feiyu, he viewed Sun Ping as a scholar to whom he could entrust his legacy. The old man had never felt that anyone deserved to be envied by the heavens. It was said that one's talent was not recognized because one's talent was not high enough. Only his disciple Sun Ping was an exception. If Sun Ping had not died early, the old man believed that he would not have needed to get involved in this mess. Now, it was not just a puddle of muddy water. There were already signs of turbid waves rising to the heavens. No matter who got involved, it would be best for them to get both praise and blame. Feeling sad, the old man silently put the book back on the bookshelf. Very quickly, a steward of the residence came to report that an important guest had come through the back door through Commandery Prince Rong, Zhao Hui. The old man did not seem annoyed at all, and only said that he would be there soon. The steward originally wanted to remind his master that Commandery Prince Rong was one of the most important figures in the capital and could not be neglected. However, he quickly felt that his actions were unnecessary. Almost all of the aristocratic families in Tai'an City had sent people to visit the Qi residence. Commandery Prince Taiping Zhao Hui, as the younger brother of the previous emperor, had not visited because of his old age. Thinking about it, the guest this time was nothing more than a descendant of the old Commandery Prince's branch and was not worthy of his master's welcome. Thus, the steward left with a relaxed smile. Qi Yanglong, who did not have a moment to rest, walked to the main hall. He saw the backs of a few young people pointing at a pair of exposed feng shui stones outside the room. These were all good items left behind by the previous owner. They had been left behind because it was too difficult to move. Otherwise, this pair of huge stones from the Spring God Lake that were 2 people high could be sold for 400,000 taels of silver in the capital. The old man was not in a hurry to greet them. He walked over quietly, and when he saw their faces clearly, he smiled. They were all very popular people. Wu Shizhen, whose father was Wu Lingsu, was the former Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. Now, he was the leader of Taoism in the north. Together with the Taoist master mansion of Longhu Mountain, the 2 Zen temples were personally sealed by him. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens, let alone Wu Shizhen, the only son of immortal Wu. Wang Yuanran was the youngest son of Wang Xiongui, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was known to have handled the most money in the Liang dynasty. Last time, Wang Yuanran annoyed a large group of descendants of nobles of similar status, and was forced by Minister Wang to kneel in the snow in front of someone's house to beg for forgiveness. After that, he was thrown into the Imperial College and had been quiet for almost half a year. Now, he was probably considered to have made a comeback. Other than these 2 popular young people, there were also 2 grandsons who had made great contributions during the Spring and Autumn War. Following Yan Zhenchuan's death in battle and Yang Xinqing's loss of power, the Yan and Yang families' foundations in Great Peace City had been shaken, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. The other families of generals did not feel the same way. The ancestors of the latter who had made great contributions during the Spring and Autumn War had mostly died of old age and illness. They were originally far inferior to Yang Xinqing's Yang family, who was still alive. Yang Xinqing could do whatever he wanted in the west of the capital. Back then, most of the Han family's wealth had been handed over to him, and he had tens of thousands of elite soldiers in Ji province. Many times, the imperial court's decrees were not as important as Yang Xinqing's words. However, as long as Yang Xinqing lost his military power, then he would not just have a general's position, but the entire officialdom of Ji province would be turned upside down, and a large number of 4th and 5th rank local officials with real power would be freed up. When the 4 saw the old man, who was about a head shorter than them, They all respectfully knelt down and bowed. Xianxia accepted it calmly. After they rose, he smiled and asked, "Other than waiting for me, this old man, you should be waiting for someone else, right? You kids don't have the ability to buy Prince Rong's face." Wang Yuanran was about to speak when a familiar laughter came from behind him. Xianxia turned around and saw 3 visitors. They all had young faces, but compared to the group beside him, whether it was their status or their aura, they were much better. The former 4th prince, the current crown prince Zhao Zhuan, the right chancellor of the Imperial College, Jin Lanting, and a man that Xianxia did not recognize. He was filled with a murderous aura that could not be concealed. Even if he was accompanied by the crown prince and Jin Sanlang, he did not have the awareness of being a supporting character. The old man thought for a moment and remembered a person. It should be Yuan Tingshan, Gu Zhentong's adopted son, and the son-in-law of Yanbao in Ji province. The old Gu Lu of the Ministry of War once had a secret file that divided the upper and lower volumes according to age. Those who could be recorded in it, especially the lower volume in the past 20 years, other than a few people who destroyed their own futures, most of them had reached the high position of a 4th-rank general at the very least. Yuan Tingshan was now in the top 3 of the lower volume. The 3 of them bowed together. Xianxia told them to dispense with the formalities. He sighed and smiled. "It's good to be young." Chapter 12:19. Chancellor Qi sighed. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan, Jin Lanting and the rest only smiled and didn't say anything. They weren't at a position where they could casually argue with Xianxia. At the very least, they weren't at that age yet. As the crown prince of Liang, Zhao Zhuan had the most confidence. However, he revered Xianxia the most because there was a huge mountain between him and the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy. Among the group, only he knew about the master-disciple relationship between Xianxia and Half-Inch Tongue. Furthermore, with Xianxia's knowledge and experience, Wu Shizhen and Wang Yuanran would probably think about the situation in the capital and the world even if the old man casually mentioned that the weather was good today. Chancellor Qi looked around and smiled in relief when he saw that the youngsters he mentioned didn't reply. At this moment, Yuan Tingshan took a step forward and smiled. "It's really good to be able to live to Chancellor Qi's age." Xianxia looked at this young martial artist whose name shook the capital. Not only did he not blame Yuan Tingshan for his outspoken words, he didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He looked at Yuan Tingshan and nodded. "Indeed, it's better to live than to die. Especially for a battle general like General Yuan, who persevered at the border all year round. It doesn't matter if you lose a few battles, as long as you don't die, you will have everything." Yuan Tingshan was stunned for a moment and grinned. "Chancellor Qi, you are much more straightforward than those old fellows in the capital city in the past. If there's a chance to make a trip to Jizhou, I will definitely bring out the best wine." Chancellor, it's impossible not to drink wine." Zhao Zhuan's smile was warm and slightly helpless. "Mr. Qi, don't lower yourself to the same level as this boor." Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. "Living in the desert border for a long time can cultivate heroic spirit. What you said is true. I will probably make a trip to the border next year, from Liangliao to Jixi. At that time, I'm afraid General Yuan won't have enough wine." Yuan Tingshan chuckled. "I've done a lot of shady business of killing the rich to help the poor at the border of Jizhou this year, but not a single copper coin fell into my pocket. However, if I want to treat Chancellor Qi to a few jars of fine wine, I think my salary is enough." Jin Lanting, who had been smiling cautiously the entire time, suddenly stopped smiling. He glanced at the crown prince and saw that Zhao Zhuan's face was calm, as if he didn't think that Yuan Tingshan would cause trouble with his words. Wang Yuanran and the others all admired this mad dog Yuan's unbridled behavior from the bottom of their hearts. The old man in front of them was someone the imperial court secretly invited to keep Grand Secretary Zhang in check. When speaking with him, who wouldn't cover their dirty buttocks with all their might, fearing that Xianxia would have a bad impression of them. If that happened, they wouldn't have a chance to make a name for themselves in the imperial court for the next 10 to 20 years. For someone like Wang Yuanran, who could do whatever he wanted in the capital, not to mention Tantanon, even if he met someone like Yin Maochun or Yuan Gua, who called him uncle, he would still have to obediently tuck his tail between his legs and pretend to be gentle, courteous and thrifty. Xianxia gave the seemingly heartless Yuan Tingshan a glance. Such a young and reckless hero had tormented the lifeless officialdom of Ji province to the point that it nearly broke its old bones. The reason Yuan Tingshan came to the capital was to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. If he still didn't come, Perhaps even his foster father, Gu Jiantang, would not be able to keep his official title and military power. Yuan Tingshan had gone on a killing spree in the region of Ji province. Many of the tyrannical clans that had been rooted in the region for over 100 years were accused of treason and recklessness. They were executed first and reported later. Before the Ji province's governor, Qin Huchen, could report to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, Yuan Tingshan had their heads chopped off. If it were only one or two incidents like this, perhaps Qin Huchen would just turn a blind eye to it. He might even cover up for Yuan Tingshan, the foster son of Gu Jiantang. But after autumn came, Yuan Tingshan's tyrannical behavior became more and more serious. The marriage between Ji province and Ji province was closely connected, and the power of each family was intertwined. The so-called 12 families in Ji province married each other, and almost all the clan leaders were related by marriage. As a result, Yuan Tingshan killed 4 of them in one go. As a result, the border of Ji province was plunged into turmoil, and the imperial censor was impeached because of it. The general of Ji province and the deputy general who was in charge of the military affairs in Ji province were implicated. Not only were they severely reprimanded by the Ministry of War, it was said that even the emperor had started to pay attention to this matter. Finally, he shifted his solemn gaze from Guangling province to Ji province. Gu Jiantang, the great pillar of Ji province, paid no attention to this, and showed no sign of supporting this foster son of his. After that, Yuan Tingshan quietly came to Great Peace City, and somehow got on the crown prince's boat and came to Qi Mansion. As someone who was nicknamed Mad Dog Yuan, he must know that talking to Qi Yanglong was no different than talking to the emperor directly. And to a certain extent it was more tactful and more beneficial. The old man seemed to feel the heavy atmosphere around him. He laughed and patted Yuan Tingshan's shoulder. He didn't play dumb with this warlord of the border who was quite a bit lower in seniority, and said straightforwardly, "Since you flatter me that I, Qi Yanglong, am a straightforward person, General Yuan can also be straightforward. On this trip to the capital, you brought the entire dowry of Yanbao's daughter. You haven't even warmed it yet, and you're already using it to make connections. I heard that it's not very effective, and not many people dare to accept it. As for me, I'm not a high official, and I'm not afraid of losing it, so I can help you say a few words. I'm not entirely helping you, but in the end, I'm just going with the flow and helping you resolve your urgent situation. There shouldn't be a problem. However, General Yuan, you have to consider the crux of this matter yourself. Otherwise, if it happens again and again, no one is willing to waste their face and incense for nothing. On this point you can learn from the king of Bailiang back in the day." Yuan Tingshan couldn't help but sneer at Qi Yanglong. However, he could only hold back his complaints when he was facing this Grand Chancellor who had a profound and unfathomable knowledge. Otherwise, even when he was facing the great General Gu Jiantang, who had contributed to the annihilation of 2 kingdoms, Yuan Tingshan would still be straightforward. Naturally, Qi Yanglong had heard about the grudge between this man and the Su family. Therefore, he said earnestly, imitating a worthy person is a realm that only a virtuous person can achieve. However, if you wish to catch up with your enemy's power and status, it's something that everyone has. The latter is easier to accomplish. It's just like how you, Yuan Tingshan, didn't find Mi Fu, who had 9,000 soldiers and horses, an eyesore of Qin Yu, who was the lord of a province. Therefore, you've been thinking of adding a few thousand soldiers to your army, or even pushing Qin Yu away and becoming the provincial governor, an important official of the border. You've been building momentum for this recently. Then, based on the same logic, why can't General Yuan learn from Ren too and carefully study the history of this martial artist who had achieved great merit in the spring and autumn period? Could it be that the true thought in your heart is? When he said this, the old man narrowed his eyes. Yuan Tingshan quickly interrupted Qi Yanglong and said with a bitter expression, Hold on. I'm scared of you, Mr. Qi. Don't worry. I've understood what you mean. As long as you're still in the imperial court, I'll do as you say. What do you think? As for where my position will be in the end, and what I'll do at that time, if you've retired at that time, I dare not say that I'll listen to everything you say, but I'll still listen to your advice. Chapter 12:20. When the bystanders heard this, they felt as if they had fallen into a fog. The hedonistic son of a wealthy family, Wang Yuanran, didn't even listen since he didn't understand. He absent-mindedly admired the flowers, plants, and strange stones in Qi Manor. Jean Lanting carefully chewed on the words of the old and young. This second-in-command of the Imperial College, who already had one foot in the center of the dynasty, already knew too much inside information. First, Chancellor Qi said he was just going with the flow. In that case, not only was the emperor not angry about Ji Bei's turmoil, he was instead happy to see it happen. Jean Lanting didn't find this strange. Back then, when the entire Han family died, it was only the first wave of cutting grass in Ji province, this important border region. What followed next was probably the second wave. Second, Chancellor Qi revealed that there would be a patrol of the entire eastern border in the near future. Perhaps the two Liao were dissatisfied with the imperial court's suggestion of having an assistant minister of the Ministry of War patrol in place of the Son of Heaven, so there was some backlash. There was an urgent need for an important figure with even higher authority than a third-ranked assistant minister to pacify them and set down the rules first. Then, in the future, the assistant minister patrolling the border, supervising local military affairs move could be followed. Jean Lanting even thought further. Assistant minister patrolling the border, right now, it was only the two Liao. Could he take an even bigger step and expand the border to Bailiang in the western border and southern Tangpath in the southernmost territory? Third, the elder wanted Yuan Tingshan to learn how to kill Su Xiao. Did this mean that the imperial court, which had previously bestowed the posthumous title of Wu Li, was starting to change its direction when Bei Mang invaded the south? Did they want to add some good reputation for Su Xiao in official history? If this really was the case, then Jean Lanting couldn't continue to oppose the imperial court at this time. Jean Lanting subconsciously stared at the pile of feng shui stones that seemed incomparably ugly to him. He suddenly felt that he was no longer that fledgling who had just entered the capital. He didn't dare to claim that his wings were fully grown, but he had more or less figured out the hidden context of the Liyang dynasty. In the future, as long as he followed Qi Yanglong's words and went with the flow, why would he have to worry about not leaving his name in history? Why would he stay in seclusion in a small imperial college for the rest of his life? Eternal Emblem Spring. That was the 20-something years of peace and prosperity Grand Secretary Zhang and Tantanon worked together to create. Then in his hands, wouldn't he be able to create an even greater, auspicious symbol spring? He was still young, only in his early 30s. As long as he paid attention to his health, he could at least live for another 40 years. It was definitely not a delusion to serve 2 or 3 emperors. When he reached Qi Yanglong's age, would the same scene repeat itself? A group of young men who had the greatest hope of ascending to the top of the imperial pavilion were standing outside the hall of the mansion and treating him as if he was a god? The old man probably felt that it was inappropriate for him to favor Yuan Tingshan too much. Therefore he turned around and chatted with Wu Shizhen. Little Zhenren Wu, great Zhenren Wu has been running around for the past year. A few days ago, your father came to our mansion as a guest. When I saw him, he was even thinner than this old man. Little Zhenren Wu, you should tell your father that health is more important than anything else. Wu Shizhen was immediately overwhelmed by this unexpected favor, hurriedly bowing deeply with his hands clasped in front of him, feeling both fear and pleasant surprise. He said excitedly, "My father has admired Sir Qi for a long time, privately saying that being able to work together with Sir Qi is his greatest honor. This youngster believes that even if my father loses a bit of weight, as long as it can accumulate a bit of good karma for the imperial court, it is also something that cannot be passed on." Capital's Song family originally had the great and young masters, their power overturning the literary scene. Now it was replaced with the great and powerful Wu family great and young masters, in charge of northern Dao sex affairs, using one surname to face another, standing on equal footing with Dragon Tiger Mountain's heavenly master manor. Great Peace City was just like this. When the elders left, there would always be new people quickly taking their place. Qi Yanglong dismissed this with a laugh, nodding his head. Then, he looked towards Wang Yuanran. This youngster was just given a look by this elder, yet he was already silent like a cicada in winter. Where was the arrogance and conceit he normally displayed when exchanging cups with his rogues? The elder sighed and said, "The newborn calf does not fear the tiger. This is a good thing for people who have nothing to lose. Wealth comes from danger. But if you young people of noble status are not afraid of anything, then you are harmful to the country. Yuan Ran, it is not easy for Minister Wang to become an official. Although you are not the eldest son and do not need to carry the burden of the family, you are the most loved by your father. It is also a good thing that you are afraid of this old man. It looks like the rumors in the capital that Tantanon is watching your actions in the Imperial College are not without reason. Yuan Ran, do not disappoint Huan Push's good intentions." Wang Yuanran was too busy trembling to understand what the elder was saying. He only nodded his head furiously, his face red. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan saw Wang Yuanran's uneasiness and the corners of his mouth curled imperceptibly. Qi Yanglong then chatted with the two junior generals who were not much better off than Wang Yuanran. Then he smiled at Zhao Zhuan and said, "Your Highness, why don't the two of us walk around the fu?" Zhao Zhuan and the old man walked on the quiet stone path that was still shaded by greenery. Qi Yanglong joked, "Your Highness, your father-in-law just left and you're already following him. Did the father-in-law and son-in-law make an appointment in advance? What, you want to use your numbers to show off your power to this old man?" Zhao Zhuan said with an innocent expression, "Mr. Qi, if I told my father-in-law this, then wouldn't the scholar of Dongyuan Pavilion not be able to eat and sleep in peace? When my wife gets angry, it will be my turn to not be able to eat and sleep in peace." The elder laughed and said, "Your Highness loves the country and the beauty, it's the fortune of the country." The two of them strolled for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The young eunuch of Ceremony Directorate, Song Tonglu, suddenly appeared in front of them. Zhao Zhuan didn't say anything and went back the way they came, leading the group of like-minded Eastern Palace guests away from Qi Manor. They all looked like they had come in high spirits and returned in high spirits. Before they all boarded their carriages, Jean Lanting, who was closer to Wu Shizhen, walked forward and said softly, "Shizhen, remember, tell your father that Grand Chancellor Qi said that his body is more important than anything else." Wu Shizhen was confused and asked, "En? What does San Lang mean?" Jean Lanting didn't explain in detail and said with a calm expression, "You just have to pass it on, your father will understand." After being reminded, Wu Shizhen also figured out the mystery behind it. His expression became solemn as he lowered his voice and said, "San Lang, Wu Shizhen will remember this kindness." Jean Lanting waved his hand and walked into the carriage. Jean Lanting, who was now respectfully called San Lang by the nobles of the capital, sat cross-legged in the cabin of the carriage that he had purposely changed into. He stretched out his palms and tapped them lightly with his fingers, smiling deeply. It was unknown which wise sage had said that if the entire world was compared to a large net and those roads were the wires, then Great Peace City, which was the center of the dynasty, would be the starting point of this net. Whether or not one could be called an important official of the center didn't depend on what rank they were as an official, but on whether they had the ability to spin silk and weave a net. Jean Lanting felt that he already had this ability because he could influence many big shots of the dynasty and influence the direction of Sun Li. Even if it was still insignificant now, this situation that everyone knew about was not to be underestimated. Yuan Tingshan's trip to the capital didn't have much fanfare. Just like this visit to the Qi Manor, he had taken the Crown Prince's carriage along the way. The two of them sat in the same carriage. Zhao Zhuan and Yuan Tingshan lazily leaned against the walls of the carriage, one on the left and one on the right. Obviously, they were the ones who hit it off the best. Zhao Zhuan smiled and said, "Tingshan, why don't you let Sir Qi finish speaking?" Yuan Tingshan touched the famous saber flood dragon tendon that did not come to him with any reward. His eyes were complicated. Zhao Zhuan closed his eyes and his smile didn't fade. "Actually, whether you become Su Xiao or Gu Jiantang in the future, I don't care. Compared to my wise and powerful father, I'm far too lacking. Only in the matter of tolerance, I've won by a little." Yuan Tingshan sat up straight as sweat poured down like rain. Zhao Zhuan muttered to himself, "The thick frost is fiercer than the blazing sun." It's a pity that the old farmers in the countryside understand this simple principle, but the smart people in the capital don't understand it. Chapter 12:21. In the library of the Qi residence, Qi Yanglong looked at the middle-aged man who could not hide his fatigue and said sadly, "Your Majesty, how can a bow that has been taught for 20 or 30 years not break?" The emperor of the Zhao family smiled and said, "It can't be helped. In the past, I didn't have you by my side to assist me. If you had entered the capital 20 years earlier, I might have been able to live for 20 more years. It's just that life is difficult, and I have accepted it." Qi Yanglong sighed softly and then said seriously, "There's one thing I don't know if I should ask." The emperor nodded and said, "Just as the previous secret letter said, there's nothing that can't be said and nothing that can't be done." Qi Yanglong asked, "His Majesty can tolerate Tan Tonwing's wild and dissolute behavior, tolerate the drunken sleep of the yellow door guards when they're on duty, tolerate Zhang and Gu right under his nose, tolerate Bai Yan in front of him and Han Shengxian beside him, tolerate the two emperors, Jiangnan's literati discussing politics, and tolerate the scholars writing nostalgic poems. Recall the previous dynasty. You can never slack off on government affairs. In 20 years, you have accumulated as many as 9 million words. Why can't you tolerate a vassal king who lives in a corner and has no intention of rebelling? The emperor said bitterly. Mister, you know the answer. Are you afraid that I will make things difficult for northern Liang? Qianglong did not speak. His eyes were bright as he stared at the emperor of the Central Plains who had been ambitious since he was young. He did not have the achievements of the previous emperor who unified the world, but his ambition was greater. The emperor felt the simple and unadorned scholarly atmosphere in the library. He was very familiar with this kind of fragrance when he was young. He often tore apart books and played with his brother, Zhao Hang, who was the closest to him. On the other hand, he did not spend much time with his younger brother, Zhao Yi, who shared the same father and mother. The emperor was slightly absent-minded. Returning to his thoughts, he said calmly, Don't worry, since the only person I can't tolerate is already dead, then Song Dongming of Deer City is still tolerable. If you want to ban the transport of grain and fully support Bailiang in resisting the Mang, I will listen to your advice. Tell the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue to stop making things difficult for Bailiang. The emperor continued, Before Sir entered the capital, you had previously asked me how I would deal with Zhang Julu. In reality, it isn't that I find it hard to tolerate this Grand Secretary Zhang, but rather that the state of Zhao cannot tolerate him, so I must make a choice. To be honest, my reputation is far inferior to that of the late emperor. Before I ascended the throne, my father was ill. Before the crisis, he established a secret family rule for us princes. Regardless of who inherits the throne, we must emphasize culture and suppress military might. This is also the real reason why Zhao Heng lost to this humble one. He was too similar to the previous emperor. His military exploits were the highest among the 9 princes. If he sat in the north and looked to the south, he would be overlooking the world. Even if he exhausted the country's strength, he would still contend with Bei Mang. Back then, this humble one was still able to stop at a precipice, but Zhao Hang is destined to not be able to do so. I remember when he was young, he said that he wanted to use a jade axe in his hand to draw a border north of Bei Mang and south of Nanjiang. The Zhao family's son of heaven, who could no longer be considered to be in his prime, had his back to Qi Yanglong. He reached out a finger to touch an ancient text, saying helplessly, When it came to this humble one's son's generation, the eldest son Zhao Zhuan lost to the 4th son Zhao Zhuan. This is also the reason. A person who claims to be an emperor cannot be without ambition. But he cannot be too ambitious either. It is just that. However, Zhuaner's reputation also lost to this humble one's father. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for me to keep the martial people in check. If Zhuaner wants to tame the civil officials, he will also have a long way to go. With or without Zhang Julu's group of civil officials, it will be completely different. Once this humble one dies, with Zhang Julu alive for a year, regardless of whether he is in court or not, Zhuaner will have his hands and feet tied year after year. Moreover, Zhuaner is born with the demeanor of an elegant scholar. His temperament is romantic. Many times, even though he knows that it is wrong, he will still be soft-hearted towards those scholars who hold swords and brushes. Scholars, even if they truly care about the world, once they are asked to do something that benefits the common people, they will often be unable to do anything. Ambitious but incompetent. Such a civil official, the higher his position, the more terrifying he was. Actually, during the debate between Sir and Chancellor Wang in Shangyin Academy, I am leaning towards the defeated Chancellor Wang. However, these words are not easy to say in this humble one's position. The Liang kingdom has already lasted for more than 200 years, but in this humble one's opinion, the birth of this dynasty is in the first year of Yonghui. Compared to the 400 years of Defeng dynasty, how is Liang different from a baby in swaddling clothes? Zhuaner is far from being able to sit back and relax as a prodigal emperor. This humble one naturally knows that there has never been a dynasty that has been passed down for thousands of generations. There will be a day when the world will no longer have the surname Zhao, and the top of the genealogy list will also change to another surname. The descendants of the Zhao family will have both good and evil posthumous titles in the future. However, this humble one hopes that both good and evil posthumous titles will do. It is always better to have more than less. When this humble one was young, I heard the Grand Tutor, who had yet to be abolished, telling history. When he mentioned the years of each dynasty, he always had a feeling that it was like a scholar taking part in a long or short imperial examination. However, the people taking the examination could be passed down by father and son. If someone's answer was outstanding, he would be favored by God, the main examiner. If someone's answer was muddled, something would be deducted. Adding and subtracting, when there was nothing left to be deducted, then the imperial family of the world would no longer have the qualifications to take part in the imperial examination, and thus a dynasty would come to an end. If we count from the time when Taizu founded Liang, I believe that compared to those ancestors, this humble one's governance is 80 to 90% better. I only lose to a few people, including Taizu, who had great talent and vision, and the previous emperor, who had a thorough understanding of people. As the emperor rambled on, his face glowed with a kind of morbid expression. For a long time, it was the emperor who bared his heart, while the old man listened attentively, occasionally smiling knowingly. In today's world, only Xianxia could make the emperor of the Zhao family so happy. He suddenly smiled and said, "Sir, your 3 disciples, Sun Ping, Sir Yuan, and Sir Xie, have all wholeheartedly supported Liang. It can be said that the 4 of you, master and disciples, have supported half of our dynasty. You can say that your contributions are truly irreplaceable." From the way the emperor of the Zhao family addressed the 3 of them, it could be seen that he was close to Xianxia and his 3 disciples. The time he spent with the scholar Sun Ping was the shortest, but he felt that they could call each other by their names. He addressed Yuan Benshi as Mr. Yuan out of sincere respect, and directly said Xie Feiyu's name, revealing a sense of casualness. Chapter 12:22. The old man waved his hand and said, "Compared to those legendary figures of the spring and autumn period, I, Xianxia, became famous the latest. I'm also recognized as the most stupid scholar. When I was in my 30s, I was still wandering around Jianghu and accomplished nothing. But Zhang Julu and Huan Wen's mentor was already famous all over the world. And there was also that old guy from Gangnam-do who liked to raise cats. When they were in power, I could only watch from afar. I didn't even have the face to visit them. Speaking of my disciples, on the surface, I seem to be the proudest. However, if you really want to compare them, one is Zhang Julu, who has shown his talent, and the other is Huan Wen, who is clumsy. Of these 2, Huan Wen is on the same path as me. In the end, he can't escape the conventions of the secular world. As for my 3 disciples, although each of them can surpass their master in some way, compared to Zhang Julu, other than Sun Ping, who has lived for 20 more years, the other 2 can't compare to him." Xianxia sighed and said, "Zhang Julu is the only guy who can be called a genius of the world alongside Huang Sanjia. Everyone says that he's just a tinkerer from Liang. Hey, I underestimated Green Eyes. This time I came to the capital, I didn't have the intention to start over. On the contrary, many of Zhang Julu's actions had to be too rigid, so I had to fix it. I'm the tinkerer. If it weren't for Zhang Julu, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I would have stayed in Shangyin Academy for the rest of my life, doing the bullshit knowledge that no one cares about after a few generations." The old man looked at the emperor of Zhao family, stretched out his hands and laughed softly. "Your Majesty, you're a good emperor. There's no doubt that you're talented and intelligent, but you still insist on making up for it with hard work. I dare say that in today's world, there's only an evaluation of generals. If there's an evaluation of emperors, in the past 1,000 years, starting from the great Emperor Qin's reign and counting the next 1,000 years, you can be ranked in the top 10. The emperor was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "I can also get a similar evaluation of the top 10 masters in the world?" Xianxia also laughed and then nodded heavily. The emperor walked to the window of the Iron Sword Guqin Library, and looked up to see a flock of pigeons flying across the sky of the capital. He vaguely heard the sound of pigeons chirping. He asked self-deprecatingly, "Sir, is it that I'm about to die, so my words are also kind?" For the first time, Xianxia didn't know how to answer. The emperor muttered to himself, "How good would it be if Su Xiao didn't have a son? Otherwise, that young man would die early in the Jianghu, but at the same time leave behind an heir. Then, I won't be stingy to give Su Xiao the greatest title, give that young man a hereditary title, and invite Su Zhao's grandson into the capital to enjoy the special treatment that even surpasses that of Zhao Jialong's descendants. As long as the Zhao clan rules the world, the descendants of the Su clan will enjoy a day of prosperity." Xianxia was silent. "That," Xianxia answered slowly, "decentralization. Completely breaking up the local forces. But this has to wait until the world is unified. When the time comes and Beimang is annexed, according to the current system of Liang's 4 major prefectures, counties, and prefectures, The head of a Dao is just a civil and military division between the Jidushi and the Jingshi. As long as the Jidushi completely overpowers the Jingshi, he will be no different from a country's monarch during the spring and autumn period. Liang has suffered the calamity of being separated by the military. We must not repeat the same mistake. Especially after taking over the northern Mang, in addition to the original 14, there would be a total of more than 24 provinces. It might seem like a lot, but at the present level of postal stations, except for the hinterland of the Central Plains, most of the provincial governors and governors were far away from the emperor. The establishment of the Dao level was originally a temporary establishment, and it would be abolished later. Not only that, the 30-plus provinces in Liang now had to be further divided, with some large counties singled out as provinces. Under the premise of maintaining the civil and military co-governance and the checks and balances between each other, there should be 80 provinces in the world in the future. Moreover, the provincial governors and generals of each province had to be rotated every 4 to 6 years. During the rotation, they had to go to the capital to meet the emperor. There won't be too much resistance when this is implemented. After all, when the time comes, the civil and military heads of a prefecture will have real power and their official ranks will be high. Everyone will be happy to see this happen. Even if some of the current Jingshi and prefectures are resentful, they won't be able to resist the urging of their subordinates. If they dare to go against the trend, they will be digging their own graves. The imperial court won't even need to do anything. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He raised his arm and made a clenching and unclenching gesture. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "This is decentralization. The next step will depend on the ability of the future Zhao emperor to decentralize. Decentralization can't be too tight. You can't hold on to it and not let go. You can't appoint people by favoritism. You can't think that you'll get it done once and for all. Scholars can debate whether human nature is good or evil. But as an emperor, you have to firmly believe that human nature is easy to change, that greed is hard to satisfy, and that you have to constantly show kindness and severity. But generally speaking, as long as this matter is successful, it won't be difficult for the Zhao family of Liang to remain at the top of the genealogy for another 200 years. As for specific measures, for example, the closer to the border, you can use favoritism and not virtue. The closer you are to the capital, you can use virtue and not favoritism. When you rotate, you must follow this principle. But this kind of thing is ultimately just a minor detail. The emperor listened attentively to the old man's words, not daring to miss a single word. Xianxia seemed to have realized something. He said, "It's inevitable that the world will be divided and united. But if we trace it back to the source, every time the world is in chaos, it's the dynasty that blocks everyone's path to ascension. In fact, it's very simple to be a commoner and an official. That is to let them have a thought in their hearts. With a thought, they will be afraid of death and don't want to die. In the end, as an emperor, no matter how stingy he still has to give everyone a pair of shoes to wear. Don't let the people in the world be barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. Because of this, they will have the last thought of daring to pull the emperor down from his horse." On this point, Su Fengnian did very well. From the generals of Beiliang to the civil officials, and then to the commoners, his various actions are to tell the people of Beiliang that I, Su Fengnian, will enjoy the blessings with you and bear the hardships with you. Hearing this, the emperor said softly for no reason, "How good would it be if this young man was my son? Back then, it would have been fine if he had been my son-in-law." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to remind the emperor that there was no such thing as if in the world. The emperor looked out of the building in silence and was in a daze for a long time. Xianxia was also in a daze. This was the first year of auspicious talisman. After autumn, many people felt uncomfortable. But in reality, even more uncomfortable waves were still to come. When the frost killed all kinds of grass, many people would die, and many people who had already gotten rich would die. The emperor suddenly turned his head, tears streaming down his face. "Teacher, I don't want to die yet. I still want to see this world, from the south to the north, a few more glances. It's good to take a few more glances." Xianxia had nothing to say. He stood on tiptoe and was finally able to pat the shoulder of the tall man who was not wearing the dragon robe today. This scene was comical and sorrowful. Chapter 12:23. The tens of thousands of Ji province's old soldiers led by Yang Shenxing were lured into a great trap, setting a bad example for the Liang dynasty that was previously invincible on their way south. Before Chao Zhongqing even made an appearance, They already lost close to 100,000 elites at Guangling Path's borders. This made those spring and autumn period people who had finally managed to integrate into Zhao family's imperial court with great difficulty feel complicated emotions. They were worried about Li Yang's true strength, wondering if they really had the national strength to contend against Northern Mang, and then defeat them in one go. Deep in their hearts, they more or less had an indescribable feeling. Back then, Liang had relied on a large group of generals, including Su Xiao, to conquer the world. 20 years later, didn't they still have to suffer defeat in West Chu? As the old saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and west for 30 years. The Central Plains had been stable for 20 years. It was about time. Could it be that the sky was really going to change? After Yan Zhenchuan's army was completely wiped out, the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, Lu Xianxia, was still suffering. Although he had not been reprimanded by the emperor, he still had very little military power. It was difficult for him to leave his tent. He was not even as good as another veteran general who had meritorious service in the spring and autumn period. Among them, the dragon general Su Gong, who had been the pillar of the Gumu Su family, was regrettably defeated and continued to be frozen by the court and the Ministry of War. Probably to compensate this valiant general, there was a rumor in Tai and city that Su Gong was expected to be appointed as assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the two Liao provinces. Following the second large mobilization of troops from Liang's capital, West Chu was not willing to fall behind. Riding on the east wind of two consecutive great victories, a young man named Ko Jianghu, who had risen to fame in the western frontier, followed closely behind, and fought a series of dazzling and beautiful battles. In the eastern front, in a confrontation with the prince of Guangling Zhao Yi, who had a unique understanding of military strategy, he actually had a firm grasp of victory. Within 20 days, he had conquered Huangyan Pass, Daijai's, and 6 other places, including Huangyan Pass and Daijai's. In particular, this man's 3,000 personal guards, called the Flying Ape Army, were able to cross rivers and streams with their armor, as swift as apes. They shone brightly in the Battle of Sheeping Mountain on the eastern front. Moreover, Ko Jianghui's military strategy was treacherous. Not only was he good at long-distance raids, every time he captured a city, he did not defend it. He had intercepted and killed Zhao Yi's reinforcements 4 times. Except for one time where he failed, all 3 times he wiped out the reinforcements. Until now, he had already beheaded more than 10,000 people, and his military service was illustrious. As a result, on the eastern front, a large area of transition zone that originally belonged to Zhao Yi to delay West Chu's eastern advance had been cut into pieces. It had fallen to the point where no one dared to defend it, and no one dared to save it, allowing Ko Jianghui's troops to come and go like the wind, slowly nibbling away. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi's right-hand man, Lu Xianxia, had already been promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of War and could be considered a member of the imperial court. Moreover, he was the main general of the southern expedition, so he definitely could not contribute to the spring snow building. The infantry general, Zhang Erbao, stayed in the southern border. Zhao Yi did not feel that a fledgling Ko Jianghu was really worthy of Zhang Erbao's crusade. Chao Chongqing was more suitable. In the end, Zhao Yi used the 500 Li Express to order his trusted subordinate, General Hengjiang, Song Li, to immediately return to the spring snow building from the northern gate of Guangling. The famous general of Guangling, who took advantage of the rich merchants and profited without restraint, seemed to be in no hurry. It was said that General Hengjiang, who had a hobby of collecting beauties, had also taken in 2 beautiful women who had met with misfortune on his way south. That was not all. In order to urge this person to quickly head south to defend against the enemy, the Guangling prince even sent his eldest son, Zhao Yuang, out of the city to receive him grandly. It was obvious how much he relied on this general of fortune. If this was only the internal problem of Liang, then the external threat was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Beimang's million-strong army had begun to head south. Not only were they eyeing Beiliang covetously, but they were also eyeing the fertile lands south of Beiliang, the Central Plains. In the first year of Xianghu, this eventful period, it seemed like there really couldn't be any more trouble. Great Pea City was bustling with noise and excitement. A white-clothed monk who had previously traveled 10,000 li to the west alone left, and then came Qi Yonglong whose knowledge was as high as the heavens. During this period of time, there was another nameless small figure who occasionally popped his head out, but he quickly returned to silence. Meanwhile, the reason why he was remembered and chatted with for a bit was all thanks to Grand Secretary Zhang's comment, "The Bureau of Weapons is not enough to accommodate talent." Regardless of how high or low the Grand Secretary's comment was, this youngster who caught a glimpse of the imperial court was called Sun Yin, a pale young person who Great Peace City loathed the most. Now, he held a post in Xianxia province, and could barely be considered a low-ranking person. However, the reclusive Sun Yin was quickly forgotten by the capital, to the extent where he couldn't even compare to the little Taoist master Wuxia, who came down from Green City's mountains to the capital. After Tantanon kicked up a ruckus in the Ministry of War's Liu Baijia, not only was Huan Wen not blamed by the imperial court, there were instead rumors that Tantanon might very well become the first great figure who completely grasped control of the entire Xianxia province in Liang dynasty. His official rank would also begin to truly be on equal footing with Jianghu, rising up into the top few first rank in the dynasty. Not only that, there were also people who said that Tantanon's exceptional promotion this time was the emperor's move to kill two birds with one stone. Not only was it to pave the way for Qi Yonglong to become the head of the Hall of Secretaries, but if the rumors were true, then the two departments of the Hall of Secretaries, which were only nominally divided between the two departments of the Hall of Secretaries, would completely break away from the control of the Grand Secretary. At that time, the situation where the blue-eyed girl could cover the sky with one hand in the spring of eternal Hui would obviously be gone forever. As for whether this was true or not, there were probably only a few people in the entire Liang dynasty who dared to pat their chests to confirm it. In fact, one of the two main parties involved, Huan Wen, also didn't know what the situation was like. However, Tantanon, who was about to be trampled on in front of his house, didn't seem to care at all. On the other hand, the noblemen of the Xianxia province couldn't sit still and used various methods to bring wine to the temporary left servant Xi's mansion to ask for the inside story. Tantanon didn't pretend to be profound and only told them that this was a wonderful thing, and that if he got it, he would be lucky. Tantanon also bluntly said that if he, Huan Wen, could be promoted, his original position would definitely not flow into the field of others. Even if he had to go to His Majesty and make a scene, he would shamelessly promote him from his own Xianxia province. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Xianxia province was delighted. Chapter 12:24. While Xianxia province's undercurrents were surging, Sun Yin, who held the post of minor 8th rank clerk, still left on time every day. When Grand Secretary Zhang's comments were widely circulated, there were rumors that Sun Yin would advance to minor 6th rank Fu Baolang. After all, this post could still be considered one of the Son of Heaven's close ministers. Even though it couldn't compare to last year's newly established study office clerk, who was always by the monarch's side, it was still enough to make the younger generation of influential families rather envious. However, this matter was quickly left unsettled. Xianxia province's officials didn't like this reclusive outsider to begin with, happy to see him fail. Sun Yin's position as clerk was something Tantanon temporarily added with a wave of his hand. The old 6 clerks all tacitly joined hands to exclude Sun Yin. In reality, Sun Yin spent every day in Xianxia province's yamen doing nothing, to the extent where he didn't even flip through books or practice writing. He just sat in the darkest corner of the clerk's room. Other than staring blankly, there was nothing else to do. At first, even the clerk's head felt restraining fear towards this young scholar, but in the end, he was someone Tantanon personally appointed, so for better or for worse, he still had to leave him a bit of face. How he secretly tripped him up was one thing, but on the surface, he could still act amiably. However, as time went on, he discovered that after left servant she threw this fella into Xianxia province, he didn't pay him any attention at all, not once summoning Sun Yin alone. The only time he stepped foot in was when he discussed past and present with an old and experienced clerk. From start to finish, he didn't even give Sun Yin a single look. As a result, even the last bit of good expression in this yamen was gone. Sun Yin imperceptibly became Xianxia province's most leisurely mediocre person. Nothing to do, nothing to say, to the extent where he was pitiful to the point where he couldn't make a mistake. Under the autumn rain's dusk, Sun Yin silently walked out of the room, raising his head towards the overcast sky. During this period of time, colleagues occasionally entered and left at his side, but they all turned a blind eye to each other. Then, Sun Yin saw a familiar figure wave towards him. After following, the two walked side by side. When the figures in the distance saw this scene, they were all stupefied. Under the curtain of rain, Tantanon was actually holding an umbrella for a youngster. Yet, that young student who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth could actually be so calm. Sun Yin opened his mouth and said, I heard that the Grand Secretary is holding a family banquet today. Is left servant she going to freeload? Aren't you afraid of being rejected? Huanwen said calmly, It's Green Eye's business whether or not to see him. It's my business whether or not to go. Sun Yin's brows furrowed tightly. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Back then, the study in the palace was set up to deal with the Zhang and Gu huts. If there is another head of the Secretariat, we will have a falling out. Huanwen smiled and said, You actually want to say, when the map is unrolled, the dagger will be revealed, right? Sun Yin nodded. Huanwen didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, What have you been thinking about recently? Sun Yin was truly a newborn calf that didn't fear the tiger. He straightforwardly replied, I want to be Sun Ping first, and then Zhang Julu. Xiangfan City has Lu Su as the king of Jing and Zhao Sun rode on behalf of Zhao Sun, and his name shook the capital. In my opinion, it's still a prescription for treating headaches and foot pains. Huanwen smiled and said, Oh. Sun Yin said calmly, I have an essay that I've thought of halfway. For the time being, I already have the 8 characters of ascending the throne, ruling the government, managing the household, and patrolling the borders. Huanwen was experienced and ruthless. He had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom for most of his life. Naturally, he could see the farthest reaches. He laughed softly and said, It seems like you've written something for His Highness the Crown Prince. You want to teach His Highness how to take over the throne, how to sit on the dragon throne and face 2 groups of old officials, how to act as a filial son and a strict father, and how to stabilize the territory. Sun Yin, oh Sun Yin, it's not that I want to take advantage of my seniority, but you're just a poor child who has never been a local official or even touched 100 taels of gold. Aren't you biting off more than you can chew to teach others how to govern the world? That scholar Sun Ping is Qi Yonglong's favorite student, and he's fully learned the art of unhindered travel. And Bai Yen, has also been under my teacher's tutelage for many years. You? Sun Yin asked in return, Wild carps in rivers and rivers can't jump over the dragon gate? Huanwen laughed loudly. It's not impossible to wear white in the morning and look green in the evening. After Huanwen, who was still holding the umbrella, laughed, he sighed emotionally. The good times for scholars have come. Perhaps an article with tens of thousands of words can buy an imperial tutor. At this point, Huanwen turned to look at the young man from Bailiang and asked curiously, If you're lucky enough to get rid of Sun Ping and Bai Yen, who's next? Sun Yin pointed at himself. Huanwen curled his lips and forced out 2 words with difficulty. You deserve to be killed. Huanwen put away the umbrella. The 2 of them sat in a carriage that had already been prepared and slowly drove toward the street filled with nobles. Tantanon lifted the curtain and looked at the familiar buildings. He muttered to himself, Logically speaking, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. But when the time comes, it'll definitely surprise everyone. Let's see if the everlasting Hui Spring Bamboo that Yin Mao Chun and Wang Xiongui personally promoted by the 2 of us will immediately change. As they approached the Grand Secretary's residence, Huanwen said softly, The scholarly sage once said that those who look at the sea find it difficult to see the water, and those who swim in the door of the sage find it difficult to speak. But in the future, there will be more and more people like you outside the door of the sage in the imperial court. I'm afraid that once you have the power of the imperial court in your hands, you'll be responsible for all the people of the world. Sun Yin was silent. When they arrived outside Zhang Julu's residence, Tantanon opened the umbrella and got off the carriage. As Sun Yin expected, the embarrassed Zhang clan gatekeeper told Tantanon that today was the Zhang clan's private banquet and that outsiders were not allowed to enter. It was clear that Tantanon had now become an outsider. Huanwen didn't make things difficult for the gatekeeper, who couldn't be more familiar with him. He nodded lightly and turned to walk down the steps. Sun Yin didn't immediately follow. He looked at the old man's back and then at the dark sky. For some reason, there was no setting sun or afterglow above his head, but Sun Yin still felt that a certain someone had single-handedly propped up an empire and walked into the twilight. With Zhang Julu's death, the empire's last ray of afterglow would also dissipate. Huanwen had probably finally realized that the young man wasn't keeping up with his footsteps. He stopped 100 steps away from the carriage and turned his head to look. He saw that young man with steady steps. He could see from his body a kind of vitality that he himself had once possessed in the past. Turning the tide, who else could it be but me? He still remembered that a long time ago, within his benefactor's sect, from top to bottom, It was publicly acknowledged that only two blue-eyed people could be one Huan. But Huan had never thought this way. Even though his benefactor and Emperor Xian had decided that he, Huan, would be the head of the Minister of Affairs, he had also been willing to serve as a foil for his best friend, Jianghu, for several decades. Huan suddenly laughed and handed the umbrella in his hand to Sun Yin. In the future, it's up to you to hold it up. Chapter 1225. There were many barbarian creek between Shu Zhao. The late Emperor of Liang had once patrolled this area. There was actually someone who dared to assassinate him. What was even more inconceivable was that no matter how hard the spy agency Zhao searched, they still could not find the assassin. The previous head of the ceremony directorate, Han Xianxia, had also once stayed here alone for several months, but still returned without any results. Now, because of the imperial wood case, the territory of the old Nanzhao was in turmoil. Rebels swarmed in, and the chaos caused a sudden increase in refugees. The refugees all joined in, and the situation became more and more intense. What was worse was that the barbarians, who had been peaceful for many years, were also ready to make trouble. Even the brother of the late emperor, Prince Rui Zhaozi, who had been in charge of Nanzhao for many years, was implicated. The prince's mansion was burned beyond recognition by the volunteer army. It was not until a troop of no more than 60 people quietly infiltrated the miasma that the chaos of gunpowder settled down. As the troop of soldiers continued to advance south, the truth came to light. This was another troop of soldiers with a different surname after Su Shao, under the command of Chen Zhibao. The Nanzhao government did not dare to give orders to this troop. They could only secretly report to their superiors. The post was sent to the capital, and after the report reached Great Peace City, it was completely lost. The Southwest Army, who had waited bitterly to no avail, simply turned a blind eye. Fortunately, the 60 or so people did not disturb the people, nor did they have any dealings with the government. Along the way south, with less than 100 people, they exterminated 16 barbarian Creek tribes of various sizes that took advantage of the chaos. Their power was not to be underestimated. In the end, only the Xiaxia remained, and the Zhou family of Longxi met a tragic end. More than 600 people, including the old, the young, the women, and the children, were all killed. Everyone's corpses were hung on stilts. Especially when it was said that the troops under the jurisdiction of Nanzhao were the direct subordinates of the king of Shu, Chen Zhibao, had come to quell the rebellion. Very soon, no one dared to provoke the bad luck. The people of Shu and Zhao hated the poison warrior Li Yishan and the fat pig Lu Qiu'er to the bone. Although at that time, the villain Chen Zhibao was only watching coldly from the sidelines, but in the eyes of the people of Shu Zhao who were afraid of being killed, let alone Chen Zhibao, who was once the Minister of War, as long as they came from the old 3 provinces of Beiliang, they would not dare to provoke them. In these 10 years, even those barbarians of Shu Zhao who did not accept persuasion, even if they caught Beiliang merchants who came to the south to do business, as long as they had an identity card, left their belongings, and did not harm their lives, they were all respectfully sent out of the country. From this, it could be seen how deep the wound that the Su family had cut in the land of Shu Zhao with a cold knife was. In the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains, there were countless Miao villages scattered like stars in the sky. Those Miao people who were involved with the outside world were called mature Miao by the officials, and those who had never appeared in the world were called raw Miao. Both names were full of a condescending derogatory meaning. In the hinterland of the old Nanzhao, a group of people were resting midway. Under their feet was a dirt path that was not commonly seen in the rolling mountains. There were 3 piles of white stones on the side of the path, indicating that there would be a Miao village not far away. This group of people were all wearing armor and carrying crossbows and sabers. The clothes under the armor were tattered, and they all wore sturdy straw sandals woven by themselves. They were all strong. Although they had traveled a long distance, they did not look dispirited at all. Their eyes were especially sharp, like eagles patrolling the mountains. Next to the pile of stones stood a handsome man who looked to be in his early 30s. His aura was calm, and the armor he wore was no different from the soldiers nearby. His saber was the same, and it was impossible to tell his specific identity. However, there was a tall and sturdy man standing next to him. His entire body was covered in a murderous aura, and his appearance was more in line with the identity of a general than the former. Other than the 6 people who took turns acting as temporary scouts to investigate the terrain, there were more than 50 infantrymen near the 2 of them. Even though they seemed to be resting casually, upon closer inspection, there were many rules. 5 people formed a group, and 5 people formed a standard. Regardless of whether they were sitting, squatting, or standing, there was a clear boundary and distance between each group. Logically speaking, these 60 or so people were at most 3 standard commanders and a dozen or so corporals. However, even the commoner who had not seen the world could feel that none of the people here were people who would submit to the position of standard commander. In reality, when they first entered Nanzhao from Western Shu, there were a total of 70 people. The lowest official position was a commandant with real power in Shu. There were as many as 20 lieutenants, and as many as 4 generals. These people had different backgrounds and circumstances, but they all had one obvious thing in common. That was they were all young. The oldest was no older than 40 years old. In this way, the Western Shu Dao, which had become a vassal after that villain slaughtered his way out of the capital, could be said to have sent out all the young military officials. Among them, the person with the highest official position was the general of Bazhou, Xianxia, who had been the confidant of the new king of Shu for many years. Before he entered Shu, he was a third-ranked general in Beiliang. He held the military power of 6,000 iron Futu cavalry. Together with Wei Fuqing, he was the confidant of the then protector general of Beiliang, Chen Zhibao. The other 3 generals were the Ani general Fu Tao, who was stationed at Wanshan, the Zhaolai general Wang Zhuowu, and the Shu prefecture deputy general Huyan Wanbao. The 3 generals were all around 35 years old. Their titles were not flashy but useless. Fu Tao was the prince consort of the fallen Western Shu. Wang Zhuowu was a descendant of the old southern Tang who had moved into Shu. Huyan Wanbao was a native of the barbarian tribe. His brother, Huyan Baobao, was the only fierce general that the Western Shu Dao could bring out to compete with Lu Shengxiang. With such a group of fiends and gods of death gathered together, it was no wonder that they were able to move through the territory of the old Nanzhao like there was no one there. After more than 40 battles, large and small, only 8 people had died, and 2 of them had died of illness. However, other than that time when they encountered the 3,000 rebels who had fled to the border, Dian Xiongnu and the other 3 generals had personally gone out to kill the enemy. Other than that, they had only looked on with folded arms. Even if the news of the military merits and casualties of this group of soldiers and horses were spread out, it was believed that no one would believe it. Dian Xiongnu, whose hair was disheveled like a lion, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "According to the spy report that Zhao Go gave us, that Western Shu bastard surnamed Su has been hiding in the stronghold up ahead these days. When I catch him, I must peel off his skin and pull out his tendons to prevent him from daydreaming about reviving his country." Chapter 12:26. When Dian Xiongju was talking to himself loudly, no one interrupted him, which made the former Beiliang's 4 fangs even louder. During this journey, Wei Fuqing, Master Wei, had to stay behind in Shishu Dao to preside over the overall situation. Che Yi, that little northern barbarian, also had to stay behind in the territory to enjoy a comfortable life. Only he, the old minister, had the most difficult life. Clearly, there were people he could kill, but he still had to obediently hold back and not make a move. What was the difference between this and having a little girl take off her clothes and flirt on the bed but not being able to eat? During the march, he had to not touch a drop of wine. It was even more impossible to find a tender and beautiful woman to relieve his lust. Dian Xiongju was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. However, even if he was the second-grade general with the most powerful military power in Shishu, even if he was the minister supporting the dragon, who followed the new king of Shu into Shishu, he still did not dare to violate the military order. At this moment, 2 scouts who were not patrolling in the direction of the Miao stockade returned with a boy and a girl. Dian Xiongju's eyes widened. Damn it, where did this pair of children come from? They are too reckless. How could ordinary people wander freely in the land of the barbarian seedlings? However, although Dian Xiongju had always been teased by Wei Fuqing that his head was kicked by a horse when he was young, he was not really stupid. After a few more glances, he could see that the 2 children were not ordinary. The boy was bald and wore a kasaya. Obviously, he should be a monk from the Central Plains. As for the style of the kasaya, Dian Xiongju could not figure it out. Anyway, although it looked shabby, it had the temperament of an eminent monk from a big temple. As for the girl, she was delicate and pretty. Her skin was a little tan due to the wind and the sun, but her eyes were cool and clear. Although Dian Xiongju was addicted to martial arts and killing, he was not a notorious general. In those years in Beiliang, there had never been any cases of bullying men and women. As for how vicious he was to the Beimang barbarians, It did not affect Dian Xiongju's excellent reputation in the border army. In fact, it was impossible for Chen Jibao's subordinates to have such a lawless devil like Lu Qiu. Having said that, even though Dian Xiongzong didn't harm the common people, it didn't mean that he was an easy person to get along with, especially when he met such a pair of strange people in such a remote place. He took a big step forward and was about to ask in a deep voice when the silent handsome man beside him also took a step forward. Dian Xiongzong immediately shut his mouth. The man looked at the boy and girl who he had never met before but knew very well. He was expressionless. The little monk's common name was Wu Nanbei. He was the youngest monk in the two Zen temples but had the highest seniority. His master was the white-robed monk who was rumored to be immortal by eating his flesh. His master's master was the world-famous dragon tree monk, the abbot of the two Zen temples. As for the little girl, she was called Li East and West. She was the daughter of Li Xiaoxin. There were many daughters of emperors in the world, but it was impossible to find two daughters of monks who lived in temples. The little monk Nanbei stood in front of the girls and put his palms together to salute. The man nodded and said calmly, "You two can continue forward, but remember to go around the Miao Stockade village in front." The little monk hesitated for a moment and could not help but say, "Since you have the bone of Buddha, I hope you won't kill too many people." The man just smiled and did not say anything. When he raised his arm, the foot soldiers and small squad leaders, who were ready to draw their swords to kill at any time, let go of the hilts and took the initiative to make a path. Wu Nanbei and Li East and West passed through the formation. The latter turned to look at the man out of curiosity. The little monk quickly pulled her sleeve and quickened his pace. After walking for half a mile, Li East and West blinked and asked, "Who is that guy? Is he the leader of the Nanzhao army? Although his armor is ordinary, he looks quite formidable. His subordinates are much stronger than the previous batches of Nanzhao Dao soldiers we encountered before." The little monk shook his head and said, "I don't know, but that man is really powerful." She suddenly smiled brightly and her eyes narrowed into crescents. "How powerful? Is he more powerful than my father? Is he more powerful than Su Fengnian?" The little monk thought for a moment and still shook his head. "I don't know." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Stupid Nanbei, if you were in Jianghu, you would definitely be laughed at and called ignorant monk." The little monk laughed mischievously. "Stupid Nanbei. We have an agreement. I will only accompany you to Beiyang to see Su Fengnian. We will leave after seeing him." "Yes. Actually, it doesn't matter if you take a few more glances. Sigh. My mother used to point at a woman who went up the mountain to burn incense just to peek at my father. She said that woman had high cheekbones and could kill her husband without using a knife. Stupid Nanbei. Do you think my cheekbones are high? I have never seriously looked at other women. Do you have high cheekbones? You shouldn't have high cheekbones, right? Tisk tsk, that's right. Last time on the streets of Wupiang County, your eyes were about to fall into that woman's chest. How could you care about her face? Amitba. Thing, you've said this more than 80 times. Actually, I just happened to glance at that benefactress, but I really forgot about her after just one glance. It's absolutely true. A monk doesn't lie. The most annoying thing is that you baldies keep repeating Amitba all day long. Stupid Nanbei, let me ask you, before I heard the disciple of the abbot's disciple from our neighbor, the little baldy's disciple of the big baldy's disciple of the old baldy's master. He said that reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in an instant is better than reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in 100 tribulations, and reciting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in one great tribulation is not as good as reciting Amitba. Hey, I have not become a Buddha yet. I don't know. Then tell me, if someone asks you about this Dharma, what do you think? If that's the case, I will only say what is in my heart. I will say that Amitba is already full of fruit and transcends all positions. However, Bodhisattva does not belong to the land of Buddha and is not full of fruit. However, this does not mean that there will be a great difference in merit if you recite the two separately. Master said that Buddhism is not the same as officialdom. It does not pay attention to the size of one's backing. It is about being free. Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha. Doesn't that mean you did not say anything? Ha! The two Zen temples had two Zen. The little monks of the north and south only had one Zen. Buddhism emphasized 3 conversions. Conversion to Buddha, conversion to Dharma, and conversion to monks. However, Wu Nanbei felt that he had one more conversion. North and South converted to East and West. Wherever she was, that was his land of Buddhism. Then he felt a little guilty. It had been a long time since he bought rouge. The little monk touched his bald head and frowned. He sighed softly. He probably could not become a Buddha in the eyes of the world. Chapter 12:27. Dian Xiongzong looked at the beautiful scenery of the Miao Stockade village. The terraced fields spread up the mountain, the green water at the foot of the mountain like a ribbon, and the stilted buildings were clustered together. It was hard to imagine that this was the scenery that the Central Plains scholars talked about. However, Dian Xiongzong was a rough man. Moreover, he did not come all the way south to enjoy the scenery. He had seen dozens of such isolated stockades, and many of them had been turned into ruins by the knives of his subordinates. Dian Xiongzong looked back at the silent army behind him and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth that spoiled the scenery. He withdrew his gaze and carefully looked at the general standing beside him. In today's world, there were countless meritorious generals, and there were even more in the Bailiang army. However, in Dian Xiongzong's mind, there were only two people who deserved the title of general. The great General Su Xiao had passed away, and the only one alive was the one beside him. As for Gu Jiantang, Lu Shengxiang, and the others, they were just passable. The old men like Yan Zhenchuan and Yang Shenxing were even worse. Dian Xiongzong withdrew his thoughts and did not give orders. Since leaving Shu, more than 60 people had developed enough tacit understanding and should have known what they were doing. Moreover, not to mention King Fu Tao, Wu Huyen, and Bai En, who were real high-ranking generals, none of them were really ordinary soldiers. Any one of them was a person who could not be underestimated in the officialdom of Shu. Before leaving Shu, there were also some fearless troublemakers who were unruly and difficult to tame. Weren't they also convinced that they were more obedient than his wife? Along the way, from the initial mutual suspicion and contempt, to the end, everyone took the lead, everyone was wounded, and everyone regarded each other as fellow soldiers who could exchange their lives. It seemed unimaginable, but Dian Xiongzong was not surprised at all because this was the invincibility of the person he followed. That person's military strategy had always been very simple. It was nothing more than two kinds of generals and soldiers. He had not been in Shu for long, so he did not go around buying people's hearts and building relationships. He just pulled this group of young and strong generals, who he privately said were not yet terminally ill, to the chaotic territory of the old Nanzhao to harvest people's heads and teach them how to kill people with their own hands. Finally, when they were free, they could figure out how to lead troops to kill people in the future. Dian Xiongzong had followed him for many years. Logically speaking, he understood all the principles. Even if it was a military book that he had personally written, he could still brace himself and recite a few thousand words. However, he was exactly the same as all the direct subordinates under his command. He knew what to do, but he could not do it well. Dian Xiongzong sometimes drank and chatted with Wei Fuzi, who liked to babble on and on about profound and unfathomable words. Over time, Dian Xiongzong was too lazy to think about it. In any case, he only believed in one point. Following the general to break through enemy lines and kill the enemy, his side would only win the battle without any suspense. The difference was only the size of the battle results. Probably sensing that Dian Xiongzong had been staring at him for a long time, that person turned his head and cast a questioning gaze. Dian Xiongzong, who was now the commander-in-chief of the Western Shu army and also the general of Bazhou, chuckled and asked, "General, that boy surnamed Su is, in any case, the dragon son of the previous emperor of Western Shu. He must have masters protecting him at his side. How about letting me make a move to satisfy my cravings?" That person smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Dian Xiongzong immediately blushed. He knew that this idea was definitely dashed. Moreover, he did not have the courage to continue pleading. The general had always been like this. The rules he set could not be broken even by the heavenly emperor. During this training, other than the soldiers and the people like them who had temporarily become pawns, the general himself had never made a move, regardless of whether the battle was good or bad. But then again, if the general was willing to make a move, what could those people do? Thinking of this, Dian Xiongzong's heart was somewhat resentful. Let's not talk about how much of the #1 in the world title that you snatched from Wang Xianji's hands. Do you really think you can withstand the iron hooves of the Beimang coming south? Dian Xiongzong seemed to have forgotten that if someone had told him that His Royal Highness could become a martial arts expert, he would rather believe that he was a woman who could give birth to children. When His Royal Highness went to Mount Wudong to cultivate, whether it was him, the teacher Wei Fuqing, or a group of Bailiang generals, they had all ridiculed him. In all likelihood, this kid had taken a fancy to a beautiful Taoist nun on Mount Wudong. Practicing the blade was not too clever of a cover. Ani General Fu Tao, Zhaolai General Wang Chaowu, and Shuzhou Deputy General Huyen Wanwan were respectively nicknamed Prince Consort, Foolish Young Master, and Tiger Eater. The three of them had completely different natures, but without exception, they were wholeheartedly convinced by that taciturn man. Wang Chaowu came from a noble family. In his free time, he could speak freely with that person, talking about books, gold, stone, and exegesis. It was not strange that the martial arts fanatic Huyen Wanwan could talk about martial arts with that person. However, Fu Tao was famous for his unsociable temperament, yet he could chat happily with that person. In any case, Dian Xiongnu was not surprised. The general seemed to have never lost a battle in his life. On the battlefield, the Liang court and common people all knew of his military exploits. In the field of love, wasn't it the same? He had just arrived at the Western Shu Road, and he had already been praised by the Rouge for his beauty, Xianxia, and love at first sight. As for the officialdom, even His Majesty the Emperor held the general in high esteem. As soon as he entered the capital, he made the general the Minister of War. Currently, he was the Shuang Lu of the Ministry of War. Lu Baijie and Lu Shengxiang were only assistant ministers. How could they compare to their own general? In the Miao stockade village near the mountains and rivers, when they saw the brazen intrusion of this army, almost all of the Miao people knew that they were in a dead end. These Miao people, who were supposed to be isolated from the world, had unexpectedly taken out swords and armors from nowhere. Most of these armed people were old. When they were young, it happened that the spring and autumn war happened to put the people of the Central Plains into a terrible situation. Many young children and young women were confused. They did not know why their fathers and husbands suddenly had those shiny weapons. Some white-haired old Miao people even put on rusty armors. If it was not for this unforeseen event, the former would probably never know that this secret was hidden in the stockade. After all, the stockade village was not the kind of military town that was used to seeing the smoke of war and hearing the sound of horse hooves. When faced with the emergence of this group of Western Shu elites, they were completely defenseless. Before they appeared at the foot of the stockade village, some of the Miao people who had just returned from work were shot dead on the spot. The arrows either pierced through their chests or through their skulls. Almost all of them died in a face-to-face confrontation. At most, they could only turn their backs and did not even have the time to take a step back. The most terrifying thing was that these armored soldiers did not speak before and after they killed the Miao people. After they killed the Miao people, the person who fired the crossbow only silently pulled out the arrow from the corpse and put it back into the quiver. In the middle of this, there was a young couple of Miao people who were whispering sweet nothings to each other by the river. The young man was an agile expert in this stockade village. He had once fought with a ferocious tiger with his bare hands. However, when one of the tall armored soldiers raised his crossbow, even though he had a sharp sense of smell and was about to pounce on the Miao woman to avoid the arrow seemed to have been expected. It killed two birds with one stone. It directly pierced through the foreheads of the man and woman, causing them to die together with their love. This group of devils who killed without batting an eyelid began to climb the mountain and enter the stockade village unhurriedly. Chapter 12:28. What made the Miao people feel even more chilled was the way these armored soldiers killed. It was a coldness that they had never imagined before. These armored soldiers were like an old farmer who was skilled in farming and harvesting rice. They knew how to use the most effortless method to harvest the rice, not a bit more and not a bit less. In the face of the first batch of Miao people who seemed to have the advantage in terms of numbers, they first used light crossbows to kill. If they were to get close to them, they would draw their swords and kill them cleanly with one stab. There was absolutely nothing fancy about it. If someone was lucky enough to escape the first stab and both parties brushed past each other, the armored soldiers holding swords would not break the advancing formation and fight with them. Instead, they would boldly and confidently let the armored soldiers beside them or behind them deliver the second stab. When more than 40 Miao people were dead, no one could escape the second stab. This scene was not too bloody and could even be said to be very clean. However, it made the second batch of more than 60 Miao people feel as if their guts were about to burst. They stopped at the edge of the lushing field in the stronghold. Behind them were more than 30 Miao people who were relatively weak. After these two batches of Miao men went out to fight the enemy, There were only the elderly, women and children who were destined to wait for death. The armored soldiers holding crossbows and swords slowly entered the lushing field that was paved with cobblestones. The two batches of Miao people were already crowded together. One of them was a white-haired old Miao man who was holding an iron spear. He took a few steps forward. The old man might have traveled the Central Plains when he was young, and knew a little of the official language. However, when the old man opened his mouth to speak, a crossbow arrow was directly nailed into his mouth. His entire body was hit by the huge penetrating force and fell backward. After the old man with the crossbow arrow in his mouth fell to the ground, the tip of the well-made crossbow hit the ground. It was like a rice seedling in a paddy field being pulled up by someone. The Miao people were pale. It was not only Dian Xiongzong and the three generals who were indifferent to this. In fact, all of the Shishu military officers, including the armored soldier who shot the crossbow, felt that this kind of killing without hesitation was right and proper. If it was said that each of them had their own conceited arrogance and leadership style before that person was conferred the title of king, but under that person's tepid training, they all understood one thing. Following him in battle, whether it was a battle with a high chance of winning or a low chance of winning, in the end, it was all about killing people. Killing people was not written by literati. There was no need to talk about beautiful words or colorful brocade. It had to be concise and practical. Conciseness was under the premise of ensuring practicality and effectiveness. In order to save the physical strength of each soldier, the entire military force would be raised to the extreme bit by bit. In this way, the situation would be as stable as a rock. In a battle where they might lose, they could slowly recover from the disadvantage. In a battle where they were sure to win, they would be in an invincible position from the beginning. In this trip to the south, that person could not be said to have spoken, let alone have any actions of teaching. There were only a few words at the beginning of the Shu War, but it was more and more memorable. I will let you all understand what a general and a military officer should do and should not do. In the future, you all will let your subordinates know what to do and what not to do in a battle. In less than 5 years, give me 200,000 soldiers in Shishu, and I will give all of you a name that will go down in history. Now the proud and arrogant prince consort Fu Tao believed, the scholarly general Wang Chaowu believed, the valiant general Hu Yanshui believed, and all of the military officers who accompanied him believed. Because at this time, the person who was looking up at a stilted building high up in the sky was that person. In the place where he was looking, behind the railing of the stilted building in the Miao village, which was nicknamed Beauty's Leaning, there was clearly no one there. But behind the door and window, there was a young man wearing clothes different from the Miao people's through a gap in the window, staring at the man who, coincidentally, looked up. The young man was not that old. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, his lips trembled, and he muttered to himself, "Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of me, my expression will not change." For him, it was too much to hope for. After he passed through Beimang and Shishu all the way from Beiliang and Shishu to Nanzhao, he often had the feeling that it was a lifetime ago. Occasionally, when he opened his eyes in the morning and was half awake, he would still feel that he was lying on the hard little bed in his home in Beimang. Even though he had confirmed that he was the crown prince of Shishu who was in a foreign land, the son of the emperor who was shakily kneeled and choked with sobs when they met, it was difficult for him to treat the so-called Shu kingdom as his own country and as his home. This unremarkable young man's real name was Su Ying. His father was the emperor of Shu. His uncle was the famous Shishu sword emperor who guarded the gates of the country to his death. However, in the end, he only felt that calling himself Su Su was a bit easier to say, and also a bit more relaxed and comfortable. He was just a small figure who spent his days wandering around that small city in northern Mang, daydreaming that even he himself felt was comical. So after he came to Nanzhao with her, other than reluctantly socializing with those old nobles who were unreachable a decade ago, he liked to take her outside to relax and breathe. She, who was blind, never refused. She carried the Guqin and walked the Jianghu with him, the Jianghu in his heart. He said that he wanted to be a hero the most in his life. She said yes. Then she personally helped him buy a peerless sword that a hero should have. She helped him dress up like a son of an aristocratic family. She taught him how to speak when he was doing justice and how to pretend to be an expert. She would be the demoness who killed people like Scything Flax, and he would be the hero who defeated the demon. The two of them carefully acted out 4 or 5 plays in Nanzhao. She killed a total of more than 200 people who should have died, and he made a grand appearance under the gazes of many. He either appeared floating on stage while reciting an ancient poem or stood under a tall building and under the moon. The final result, without exception, was the blind demoness who carried the guqin and made the yamen and the legendary demons of Jianghu feel their scalps tingle. Under the fierce attacks of the hero that made bystanders feel all kinds of indescribable mysteries, she fled pathetically and lingered at death's door. Afterwards, he would always meet her secretly and hide with her. He would tell her, who could not see anything in the world, which famous Jianghu master among the bystanders had been struck dumb, and which young heroines had been struck dumb by the sight of it. She always had a tranquil smile and did not speak. Su looked at the man who seemed to have sensed where she was standing and said in a trembling voice, "I know, even if you are about to enter the realm of celestial phenomenon, you can't beat him." The blind guqin player who had almost taken Su Fengyan's life in the rainy alley grunted, his expression calm. Su turned her head and looked at him. She smiled bitterly and said, "They are definitely coming for me. My life is worth it anyway. It's not a loss. No matter how they find me, there is no meaning in talking about this. You can go." Xue Songguan still grunted. Then she moved away, pushed open the door and walked out. At this moment, Su felt a little sad. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but when disaster came, they flew separately. But she was still not his wife. If she was, how good would that be? Then even if she left alone, he would be willing. Suddenly, Su woke up and madly rushed out of the room. Then he saw her float away and land in the lushing field, standing in front of the armored soldiers. Su suddenly cried and laughed. This young man who had been as timid as a mouse in a foreign country for more than 20 years, this young hero who had stupidly sprained his ankle in their play not long ago, was full of heroism for the first time. He leaned against the railing and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Wife, wait for me." But Xue Songguan did not allow his heroism to reach the clouds for too long. She pulled off the cotton cloth wrapped around the guqin and lightly plucked a string. Su, who was leaning behind the beauty, immediately fainted. Then she, who was blind, turned her head and looked back. She only felt some regret. Everyone said that the Chu San Ran had died. She could not see, he could not hear. Chapter 1229. Huyen Swan, who loved to cook the brains of tigers, frowned. The Yuzhou deputy general, whose stature was the shortest among the many Shu armored soldiers, did not look at the blind zither player who had walked right into the trap. Instead, he pointed at the railing of the stilted building. Then, Dian Xiongzhao saw a thin, short, and childlike shadow suddenly dash out, carrying away the western Shu crown prince who had fainted. It ran along the railing of the railing, and just as it was about to leap out of the stilted building, Huyen Swan's shoe knife nailed into a pillar. The handle of the knife instantly sank into the pillar. The black shadow carrying Su twisted its body into a deformed position as it charged forward, barely dodging Huyen Swan's throwing knife. Carrying Su, it directly broke through the railing and charged into the sky outside the building. In an instant, a torrent of crossbow bolts unfolded on the lushing field. The blind zither player, Xue Songguan, tilted her head slightly. She plucked a string, as if adjusting the tone. The dozens of powerful crossbow bolts shattered in the air. Then, the female zither player bent her pinky finger, hooking the first string with a powerful and respected sound. The string drew a beautiful arc, but it never fell. At the same time, her left thumb fiercely drew the remaining 6 strings. The prince consort, Fu Tao, and the southern Tang's old young master Wang Daowu stepped out at the same time, each chopping out a knife. Countless fine cracks appeared on the knife's edge. Xue Songguan still had her head lowered. Her bent finger suddenly straightened, and the taut string arc immediately bounced back. The female zither player's right hand retracted and shook her sleeve. She slapped down on all the surface of the string. The entire cobblestoned lushing field, with her as the center, began to rapidly crack outwards. Of the Shu armored soldiers, Huyen Swan was the vanguard, the only one who did not retreat but instead advanced. This short and small general, who no longer had a knife in his hand, lowered his head and bent his waist, directly pulling out Dian Xiongzhao's knife. With a sinister smile on his face, he strode 3 zhang away with a single step. When his foot landed, the tip of his foot tapped against the ground, and he moved horizontally. The cobblestone he landed on completely exploded. Afterwards, Huyen Swan tilted his head, a flower of blood immediately blossoming from his ear. Huyen Swan, who had a piece of his ear sliced off by the formless zither sound, was not angry. Instead, he laughed and continued to charge forward. After charging for several steps, his body flipped sideways in the air. Behind him, about 50 zhang away, Xianxia extended his palm. It was as if he had snapped a zither string. The disorderly broken string still left several marks on his armor. Xianxia did not pay attention to the bloodstains on his palm. His eyes stared at the young and blind zither player, clicking his tongue in wonder. It was impossible for every general to be a match for tens of thousands of people, nor did it need to be so. Just like Xianxia, who was recognized as having outstanding martial arts strength, was actually just a level 2 expert. Even if his ability to command an army was not taken into account, in terms of breaking through enemy lines, perhaps all the level 2 experts in Jianghu were not as lethal as Xianxia. After all, in Jianghu, there were few absurd scenes of people ganging up on each other. However, breaking through enemy lines and killing enemies was different. It required a warrior's ability to listen carefully and observe all directions. However, there were also outliers among the generals in the army. Su Longxiang, who had made a name for himself in the Battle of Beimang, was one of them. Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, and other famous generals from the spring and autumn period were one of them. Hu Yanmon and the temporarily unknown young man Che Yi were also one of them. Especially the last two. Everything was ready except for the east wind. What they lacked was a huge battlefield enough for them to perform on the stage. In the Liang imperial court, in terms of seniority, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to stand out. One could only rely on one's endurance. The woman whose appearance could only be considered delicate and pretty did indeed have the style of a grandmaster who could hold back 10,000 men. Even when facing these arrogant and valiant generals who had the advantage in numbers, from beginning to end, she had a calm and indifferent expression. Even when Hu Yanmon's blade was less than 3 zhang away from her, she still did not show the slightest bit of impatience. She did not even raise her head to look at Hu Yanmon. She held the zither in one hand and opened her other hand, palm facing upwards, reaching under the zither strings. Her thumb and middle finger clasped the inner and outer strings, as if she was holding water with one hand. Her voice was light and her face carried a slight smile as she said, "A spoonful of water contains the taste of the sea, a flower blooms into heaven and earth." The tip of Hu Yanmon's blade was only 3 inches away from the zither. When the blind zither player gently released 2 fingers, as if he did not dare to be greedy and continue fighting, his body suddenly stopped. However, it was still too late. Hu Yanmon's refined armor instantly turned into fine powder. This valiant general was bathed in blood. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the scene of the stilted building in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his blade with both hands. With an angry shout, he rushed towards the blind woman. Xue Songguan turned around. For the first time, her entire person radiated with the decisive demeanor of someone who was willing to risk their life for another. However, her target was not Hu Yanmon, who was similarly staking everything on a single throw, but the man who was floating and blocking Su Su's path. From the beginning to the end, this man did not pay any attention to her. In a flash, he stood on the roof of a slightly lower stilted building, coincidentally blocking the black shadow and Su Su's path of retreat. Xue Songguan allowed Hu Yanmon's blade to strike her shoulder. Her 10 fingers pressed down on the zither strings, and the roof beneath the man's feet collapsed with a loud bang. The sound of the zither was silent, but the man did not move at all. Xue Songguan quietly sighed. She extended a finger and broke a zither string. She gently flicked it towards the man. Hu Yanmon, who had been ignored to the side, angrily drew his blade and scolded, "Bitch, you dare to look down on your master Hu Yan?" Xue Songguan, who had broken a zither string with her own hands, broke the remaining 5 strings in succession. She used the power of each string to block the 5 sharp blades that Hu Yanmon sent out from behind her. However, no matter how confident Xue Songguan was in front of Shu generals like Hu Yan and Fuxi, the difference between her and that man's realm was like the difference between her and Dian Xiong, Fu Tao and the other generals. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Her fingers pressed on the last string of the zither, wanting to break it. The man stood in the air. He grabbed Su Su's shoulder with one hand and strangled the black shadow's neck with the other. This was the first time the latter had appeared in the world. He was an old dwarf who weighed no more than 60 jin. Xue Songguan did not dare to break the strings anymore. The moment she broke the strings, Su Su and the old senior man, she would die. Chapter 12:30. The next moment, the man returned to the corridor and gently put down Su Su and the old man. He did not seem to want to kill them. Xue Songguan was puzzled. She leaped up and stepped on the roofs of the bamboo buildings with her zither in hand. She stood on the other side of the fence and faced the man. However, Xue Songguan knew very well that this was a futile effort. Even if there were 3 of her, she would not be a match for this man. Even if the blacksmith who had once forged a sword for the Sword Emperor of West Shu was here, it would be meaningless to join forces with the dwarf senior who was pretending to be dead and was known as the master of the 36 barbarian streams. The majestic man glanced at the old man who was curled up on the ground. He smiled and said, "Senior Menggu, don't you think it's a bit outrageous to pretend to be a grandson in front of a junior like me?" The dwarf old man closed his eyes and muttered, "Whoever is better at martial arts is the grandpa. Just treat me as a grandson who is already dead. Don't bother about me." Huyen Swan, who had been infuriated by the blind zither player, stepped on the roof and rushed over. He jumped up high and was about to attack when the man calmly said, "Shu Hu stop." Huyen Swan stretched out his hand and grabbed the eaves, hanging in the air. His entire body was covered in a thick stench of blood and hostility. However, after the man spoke, he obediently retracted his saber and gently landed on the beauty's back. He squatted down and sulked. The man looked at the female zither player and spread his hands. "Wake him up. I have something to say." Xue Songguan hesitated for a moment. She walked forward and gently woke Su Su up. Su Su, who was still in a daze, finally understood the situation. He stood up and stood in front of Xue Songguan to protect her. He said in a trembling voice, "If you want to kill me, do it to me. It has nothing to do with her." The dwarf old man, who was playing dead on the ground, could not help but roll his eyes. It was really embarrassing to be such a brat's follower. If it were not for Zhao Dingxiu, that old bastard, begging him, he would not have been willing to get involved in this mess. Back then, he had almost pulled out the tendons of that man-cat and skinned him. He really did not want to have anything to do with the experts of the Central Plains anymore. What's more, this bullshit crown prince of Shishu was also a disappointment. How was he worthy of serving and risking his life? He was timid and short-sighted. All he knew was to wander around and pretend to be a hero. He didn't do any proper work and just muddled along. Shishu might as well not have such a crown prince who returned to his hometown in glory from Beimang. Then, Su Su asked a question that made Huyen's face twitch. "Who are you?" The man was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "Chen Jibao." Su Su was so scared that he took a step back. His legs were weak. Fortunately, Xue Songguan supported him, so he did not collapse on the ground. He was the villain too from the Great War of Spring and Autumn. He was the white-clothed soldier immortal mentioned by the current emperor. He was Gu Zhentong's descendant, Liu Baijia's predecessor, the minister of war of the Liang dynasty. He was now the king of Shu. Chen Jibao turned to look at the foot of the mountain and said indifferently, "The reason why I didn't kill you, Su Su, is because I want to do business with Zhao Dingxiu. This business was originally done with you by Bai Liang, but after I was conferred the title of king of Shishu, I cut off the connection between you two. Bai Liang is now at most sending you some money secretly. Don't even think about passing through the Shu border. Since Bai Liang broke the promise first, you can't be blamed for breaking the promise later. Moreover, your life is in my hands. This old man Zhao would not hesitate to do this business if he was here." Su Su gathered his courage and asked, "You mean to say that you want us to abandon Su Fengnian and start a rebellion in Nanzhao according to your wishes?" Speaking until here, Su Su sneered and said, "Bah, it's true that my martial arts are not good, but I'm not an ungrateful person." The dwarf old man whose life was hanging by a thread was so angry that he jumped up and gave this idiot a slap. Then, he continued to lie on the ground with his limbs in the air. He did not forget to say angrily, "If you want to die, then die. Don't implicate your grandpa Menggu." Chen Jibao chuckled and said, "Ungrateful?" Su Su did not know where his courage came from. He straightened his neck and said with a red face, "I don't like Su Fengnian, and I don't like people like you even more." Chen Jibao did not argue with him. He said to himself, "In this world, there are differences between public and private affairs. Just like these Miao people sheltering you, the crown prince of a fallen country, because they were indebted to this old man Zhao for not killing them. This is an eye for an eye. Thinking about it, before they die they still owe you, Su Su." Chen Jibao ordered, "Chu Huer, go and kill them. Kill them all." Huyen Swan carried his knife and left. Soon, the Miao stockade village was filled with cries and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Jibao did not look at Su Su who was gritting his teeth. He asked, As long as you say to stop, I can make them stop. Su Su was in a dilemma. He closed his eyes and did not dare to look at the Miao people who were drinking with him yesterday. Now, they were lying in a pool of blood. The young and strong Miao people in the stockade were almost all dead. Next would be the defenseless women and the elderly. Su Su turned his head and looked at Xue Songguan in a daze. He asked helplessly, "Will the headmaster agree?" The blind female zither player wanted to say something but stopped. Su Su lowered his head and said sadly, "Yes, as long as we can restore the country, the headmaster will definitely agree." Chen Zhibao said calmly, "I promise you in the future, you can call yourself a king in other places except for Shishu." Su Su sobbed, "What does this have to do with me? I have never thought about restoring the country. I have never thought about those unreachable dynasties." Chen Zhibao laughed. "Unreachable? Because of your mistake, another 37 Miao people have died, and the number of deaths will continue to increase. If you, Su Su, are a useless person who does not care about great kindness and righteousness, then you don't even care about small kindness and righteousness." Su Su raised his head and roared, "Stop!" Chen Zhibao smiled and was indifferent. Su Su rushed to Chen Zhibao with red eyes. He raised his fist and punched. "I asked you to stop, did you hear me?" Without Chen Zhibao making a move, Su Su flew out and was caught in Xue Songguan's arms. Chen Zhibao raised his arm and the killing in the village stopped. Chen Zhibao narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He said sarcastically, "If I said that Zhao Dingxiu found me a month ago and wanted to abandon Beiliang and form an alliance with me, would you believe me?" Su Su, with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth, said in a daze, "Impossible, impossible." Chen Zhibao did not look at Su Su. He looked at Xue Songguan. "Go and tell Zhao Dingxiu that I agree. Shishu will give you 30,000 soldiers and horses in half a year. Within a year, you can either eat up Nanzhao and then sit down to talk, or be eaten by me." Xue Songguan was expressionless and nodded. She helped Su Su away from the beauty seat. The dwarf old man who had escaped death chuckled and stood up. He patted his butt and was about to leave. But a voice came from behind him. "Menggu, when someone accompanied the late emperor on a tour of Shu Zhao, you seem to have called him Lame Su when you tried to assassinate him?" The old man stopped and did not dare to move. He laughed dryly. "I've long forgotten about the past. King of Shu, you are a magnanimous person. Just let me go like a fart, okay?" The next moment, Chen Zhibao held Menggu's head in one hand. The old man's headless body collapsed in the corridor. Chen Zhibao threw the head in his hand into the distance and laughed. "Chen Zhibao, real name Chen Zhibao. What a good way to repay kindness." Chapter 1231. The northern Liang of the northwest border had always had the world's fastest saber, the strongest crossbow, the best horse, and the strongest wine. Unfortunately, a few years ago, there had never been a top master here. Hong Shixiang of Wudong had only appeared briefly, and Li Chungang, who had made a comeback, was not a native of the northern Liang. At that time, Chen Zhibao and Su Yanbing had not even entered the martial arts role. It was not until the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, appeared out of nowhere. He first entered the martial arts role, and then killed Wang Xianji in the territory of the northern Liang that the people of Liang Jianghu believed that the rise of the Fish Dragon Gang was just an impromptu stroke by Su Fengnian. As Su Fengnian showed his outstanding strength in Liang, the Beiliang Frontier Army and the Liang Temple changed the most. It was not the Beiliang Frontier Army or the Liang Temple, but the people in Liangzhou who had personally experienced His Royal Highness's debauchery. For example, the brothels where he had drunk wine, the shops where he had rewarded money, and even the fortune-tellers who dared to call themselves eminent monks when they shaved their heads and called themselves Taoist masters when they put on Taoist robes. They all swore that they had seen the new prince of Liang's talent. Especially the brothels where they had received Su Fengnian and Li Hanlin. They couldn't wait to worship the chairs in the rooms where His Royal Highness had slept in. The women who had been lucky enough to accompany these young masters to drink were even more valuable. The only fly in the ointment was that after Su Fengnian became the king of Beiliang, he had not visited any of the brothels in the city. As for the large group of playboys in Liangzhou city who had been beaten by the king of Beiliang, they were all arrogant when they went out. They all thought that they had fought with the most powerful person in the world. Who dared to say that they were from Jianghu in front of them? Could they fight with any of the 10 people in the martial arts list in their lifetime? Although the world had heard that the king of Beiliang had killed old monster Wang, who had dominated Jianghu for 60 years, those were all rumors. No one knew how invincible this new martial emperor was. Therefore, when they heard that the two figures would appear in the elixir seed field in the northeast corner of Liangzhou City, they all rushed to the field. The origin of the elixir seed field had always been the evidence of His Royal Highness' absurd behavior. He spent a lot of money to build it for Jianghu people to compete in martial arts. In Liangzhou City, where every inch of land was expensive, the elixir seed field was 500 feet long and wide. If one looked down at the city from Mount Qingliang, they could clearly see this large piece of empty space. It was said that at that time, His Royal Highness, who was whimsical, had drunk tea in the provincial governor's mansion for half a day in order to promote the construction of the elixir seed field. Only then did the provincial governor have to take the risk of being beheaded and use 400,000 taels of military pay to build the elixir seed field. For so many years, the elixir seed field had been a place for Jianghu people to show off their skills. Not to mention Jianghu experts, even level 2 masters didn't want to go there to show off. Over time, the elixir seed field became a playground for the children from the rich and powerful families. It was very suitable for flying kites and riding bamboo horses. However, this time, it seemed that they were serious. When the Wu family's cavalry was about to die, the king of Beiliang was going to compete with an unknown swordsman who was over 100 years old. Suddenly, there was a commotion. On the way to the elixir seed field, countless rumors were spread. Some said that the unknown swordsman with snow-white eyebrows was the family head of the Wu family's sword tomb. Some said that the old swordsman was one of the 4 disciples of Wang Xianji, who defeated Lin Ye and the groom. Some said that the king of Beiliang agreed to the battle to win a smile from a beauty. As for why he moved the venue from the king's mansion to the elixir seed field, it was because a certain concubine was good at managing her household. She felt that fighting on Mount Qingliang would damage the tide listening pavilion. Because the old swordsman with long eyebrows and one arm arrived at the elixir seed field first, the king of Beiliang didn't arrive quickly. Instead, he rode an inconspicuous carriage and left slowly. This gave the well-informed citizens enough time to watch the battle. Sui Xiegu, who was the first to arrive at the elixir seed field, stood at the upper left corner of the training ground. His snow-white eyebrows fluttered in the wind. The old man stretched out 2 fingers and stroked one of his eyebrows. He didn't look nervous at all. The old man turned a blind eye to the crowd outside the field. His expression was calm, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought that he could resist the urge to fight, but it seemed that he couldn't be as calm as still water after fighting that brat. This was the last battle of his life, and the title of the strongest fighter in the world, no one else but him. It wasn't that Su Fengnian would be stronger than Dong Tai's sword and Tuoba's fists. It was just that Sui Xiegu had been a nobody in Jianghu for more than 100 years. When he was about to die, he felt that there was no harm in ending the battle with a world-famous battle. Regardless of the outcome, it would be good to let the world know that there was once an old man surnamed Sui who had exchanged an arm with Li Chungang and had suffered countless swords. Coincidentally, when the 2 of them were at daggers drawn, a little girl entered their field of vision and subtly eliminated the thick killing intent that had reached the peak of both sides. Sui Xiegu went with the flow and wanted to fight Su Fengnian to his heart's content in a more conspicuous place. Su Fengnian thought for a while and chose the elixir seed field in the city. Sui Xiegu had no objections. In a carriage, they stared at each other. Su Fengnian's ancient sword, Shudao, was placed horizontally on his knees. The future concubine of Beiliang, the head of the literary circle, stared with her eyes wide open. Wang Chudong stared hard at her husband who she had fallen in love with at first sight. Her small face was overflowing with color. She felt a little guilty and carefully asked, "Did I appear at the wrong time?" Su Fengnian's expression was gentle. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, "You are always a timely rain for me." Wang Chudong tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Su Fengnian explained, "There are too many things to worry about in a life-and-death battle with Senior Sui at Tide Listening Lake. More or less, my hands and feet are tied." Wang Chudong frowned and waved her fists. She said angrily, "Why do these old Jianghu seniors always like to find you to fight and kill? They don't have any respect for their elders." Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. "It can't be helped. Even after a few decades, there's still that much of a difference in seniority between us. It's not a year more, not a year less." Su Fengnian reached out his hand to touch the ancient scabbard of the Shudao sword and lamented, "In the Jianghu, in the final analysis, it is nothing more than seeking freedom. In addition to that, There is no second place in martial arts, so it is inevitable that there will be fighting and killing. I am considered to be in a good situation. Wang Xianji was even more helpless in those 60 years. There was a scholar with the surname Xie in the capital city, who wanted to trap him in the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city. Wang Xianji himself did not want to leave and could only wait there to be challenged. In more than 60 years, there were close to 1,400 big and small fights. Wang Chudong hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Why didn't you bring Sister Lu out with you?" Su Fengnian was stunned and speechless. He seemed to have never had this thought. He always felt that she should stay in the courtyard on Mount Qingliang, day after day, year after year, treating her respectfully as a guest. Wang Chudong was simple, but she wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to write The First Snow, which was about love between men and women. It was precisely because of her pure heart that she could point out the heart of others. She lowered her head and said, "Does this count as a crying child getting candy? Sister Lu is more sensible than me, so it's easy for you to forget her. I don't think this is good." Su Fengnian was silent. After Wang Chudong mentioned it, he remembered many trivial things. He seemed to remember that he seemed to have promised to take her around Beiliang. If there was a chance, he would play a few rounds of chess with her. He would take her to the mountain to knock 108 bells. Most of these promises were unintentional at the time. After she married Beiliang, she became famous in Wutongan. She was decisive in dealing with family matters. Su Fengnian unconsciously regarded Lu Changyan as a woman who could work with him to achieve great things. He had already quietly regarded her as a virtuous wife who would never complain. As for Lu Changyan, after she died, she was indeed smooth and slick in dealing with people. It was probably just as Wang Chudong said, Lu Changyan was a woman who didn't cry. Su Fengnian was a bit absent-minded. For some reason, he thought of the first time he met Lu Changyan at the Spring God Lake. She was very warm, slightly utilitarian and worldly. Perhaps because of this, Su Fengnian didn't care much about her. What he cared about was even less than the cat-holding woman who chose to stay in Shangyin Academy. Su Fengnian chuckled and said, "If I can withstand the Northern Man cavalry's advance south, then the things I promised her, I will do them all." In the Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang, there was a private courtyard. The inner hall was dark. A young woman who was prophesied by a fortune-teller before she married Su Fengnian, a match made in heaven, quietly lit a green lamp. This was the second time she lit the lamp wick. The first time, it was Wang Xianji who died. This time, it was Xianxia Valley who started the fight. The name of the lamp in exchange for a life. My life in exchange for his. Chapter 1232. Autumn had arrived in the north and south of the great river. Cicadas in autumn were hanging on the trees, making their final screeches. Their noise was truly annoying. Spring was high on the branches. Autumn was low on the branches. The word worry rose and fell, and filled one's heart. In the late autumn of the first year of Xianghu, the smoke of war once again rose in the central plains, causing many old people who had experienced the war of the spring and autumn period to tremble with fear. Especially the Guangling Road, whose territory was second only to the southern border, the flames of war continued without any signs of extinguishing. In the history of Liang officials, Dechu became West Chu, Divine Phoenix City was renamed Dingding City, and now those historians had even thought of a new wording. West Chu was changed to later Chu. Even if the Liang Imperial Court, which had become the rightful ruler of the world, did not start the war unsuccessfully, they still did not think that this group of ghosts, who should have gone with the wind along with the spring and autumn period, could really achieve great things. In fact, as long as the second pillar after Su Shao, Gu Jiantang did not change his position and did not withdraw from the northern border to the south, it meant that the situation was still in the hands of the imperial court. The woman whose real name was Jianghu did not leave the city with her uncle. She was currently sitting quietly in this enormous home. Across the stone table was the Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, who was reporting the situation of the Eastern Front to her. She was not absent-minded like when she first entered White Deer Cave. Instead, she seriously listened to every word, but she did not make a sound. She did not even think of using her status to criticize the military affairs of the country. Chao Chongqing personally came to the Guangling River and oversaw the Navy flagship. Together with the young General Ko Jianghuai, one on the water and one on the land, the spearhead was directed at the spring snow building of the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi. Jiangxi was already used to listening to reports of victory. First, It was the fledgling Pei Sui who joined hands with Xianxia. Not only did they defend the important town, they also took advantage of the situation and nailed the 40,000 old soldiers of Jinan, led by Yang Shenxing, who had underestimated the enemy, firmly in Qingyang Basin. This was only the first round of the strategy to lure the enemy. Xianxia very quickly fought a tough battle. Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 elite cavalry of the Yan family were completely annihilated. At the same time, Ko Jianghu took advantage of the situation and headed east. His military achievements were only slightly inferior to Xiaxi's. He led Zhao Yi's troops by the nose as if he was taking a stroll on the street. One was moving, one was still. The changes in movement and stillness, the combination of strange and normal, were completely out of Li Yang's expectations. According to what the old Grand Tutor had just said, Ko Jianghui's method of dividing the troops was like an extension of his arm. He had already beaten Zhao Yi's western defensive line like a sieve. The three armies had a total of 60,000 soldiers, and they were separately holed up in Zhaozhuang County, Starport City, and Fire Date Mountain. In addition, the Dachu Navy had greatly intimidated the main force of Zhao Yi's rear, so they did not dare to rashly enter the western front to fill in the holes. The initiative was completely grasped in the hands of Ko Jianghu. What was left was to see which place this young general would attack first. In the eyes of outsiders, Ko Jianghu was rather self-respecting with his troops. He had never reported his intentions to the imperial palace and rarely even consulted with Chao Chongqing, who was close by. Regarding this matter, Dachu's 3 provinces and 6 ministries were not without criticism. There were already people who suggested that Xie Shibian, who was more steady in using troops, should be transferred to the eastern front, and then the unruly and difficult-to-tame Ko Jianghu should be transferred to the western front. In Dachu's imperial court, the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the other vassal kings of Liang, added together, regardless of whether it was numbers or battle prowess, they could not compare to Zhao Yi, who dared to contend with Bailiang for the #1 army in the world. For this reason, the old man of the Ko family, trembling with fear, took the initiative to come to the imperial palace 2 days ago to present a bramble and ask for punishment. Zhang and I had no choice but to placate him with kind words. She clearly remembered that old imperial tutor's son was clearly an old friend of the Ko family, yet he still fiercely beat the nearly 80-year-old old man of the Ko family to the side. At that time, Zhang and I watched the back of the old man kneeling on the ground after he stood up and turned around, soaked in sweat. She then thought of the imperial court, where even she could see that some of the officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were already beginning to struggle for power. Without her uncle by her side to act as her backbone, she immediately felt a strong sense of powerlessness. The old Grand Preceptor, who seemed to be in good spirits, drank a mouthful of tea to quench his thirst. After he put down the cup, he smiled and said, "This old official knows a little about military affairs, so I don't dare to recklessly guess Ko Jianghui's next move. However, this old official thinks that as long as we can defeat any one of the 3 prefectures in Zhuangzhuang County, Zhao Yi's lucky general, Song Li, will definitely be hard-pressed from the very beginning." Sun Shiji thought for a moment, dipped his finger into the tea, and tapped 3 points on the stone table. At the beginning of summer, old Ko brought Ko Jianghu to visit us and listen to this young man's opinions. They were all things that had never been mentioned or written in the ancient books. He said that in the future, wars would gradually be inclined to be fought in the wild, and the share of sieges and strongholds would gradually decrease. In short, war is about slowly expanding the overall situation of a country, and nothing more than the essence of the 3 words, point, line, and surface. Ko Jianghu said that he valued the line more than anyone else, and that his troops and horses would definitely be the best at rapid transfer and long-distance raids. In this way, even if the overall strength of his side was inferior to the enemy's, at certain critical moments, he would be able to bully the enemy with numbers. He would not fight for meaningless victories, but only seek to defeat the enemy's single large number of elite troops and horses. The old Grand Preceptor was in a good mood. He said, at first, this old official thought that Ko Jianghu, who had made a name for himself in the Shangyin Academy, was bullying this old official and showing off his knowledge on paper. Now that I think about it carefully, I think that Ko Jianghu is indeed confident. Sun Shiji smiled and said, I heard that the Spring Snow Building has already issued a death order to Lu Luya at the Fire Date Mountain of the Wuxia Fortress. Once the Fire Date is lost, all the generals above the rank of commandant will have to obediently bring their heads to Zhao, even if they manage to escape alive. Chapter 1233. At this point, the old man seemed to have thought of something. He sighed, I also remember something Xianxia said. Attacking and defending the enemy is actually attacking the heart. It depends on who can grasp the mentality and the general situation. This makes me have no choice but to mention that Chen Zhibao. This person is known as the white-clothed war saint because, other than being skilled at the pinnacle of generals and soldiers, he especially likes to analyze other people's thoughts. In this way, Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghu are like Chen Zhibao's brilliant disciples, each with their own strengths. Of course, as the war progresses, their potential will be excavated even more. As for how high they can reach, it will largely depend on whether or not the civil officials who participate in the court assembly every day drag them down. A eunuch quickly walked into the courtyard and bent over to hand over a 600 li urgent military intelligence report. Then, he bowed and retreated. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word, nor did he show any elaborate etiquette. Sun Shiji, who was used to this, opened the report and saw that it was sent by Chao Chongqing. The old man's face was beaming with joy. He looked at the princess and said with a face full of joy, "This Ko Jianghu is determined to show his strength to this old official who has been gossiping. In addition to Chongqing's words, I reckon that in the short term, no one will dare to say anything in the court assembly. Your Highness, look, Song Li clearly wants to take a risk and use the red ditch in front of Fire Date Mountain as bait. He wants to catch Ko Jianghu, this big fish that appears and disappears like a ghost. At the same time, he wants to use his personal army to go around Red Date Mountain. I think this general would never have thought that Ko Jianghu would take the bait." However, Song Li still didn't have the opportunity to raise his rod. In 3 hours, Ko Jianghu only used 3 hours to completely wipe out the 4,000 people at Red Ditch. After eating the bait with lightning speed, he quickly retreated 80 li. By the time Song Li, whose marching speed was fast enough, arrived at Red Ditch, it would already be too late. Sun Shiji laughed heartily. It's not that this is a big battle, but it's really satisfying to see Song Li suffer as soon as he takes office. This is no different from adding fuel to the fire for spring snow building. As for Ko Jianghu, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He suppressed Song Li's arrogance and took down Red Gutter's forces. At the same time, he also made us speechless. It was no wonder that Chongqing added a sentence in the spy report. The eastern line belongs to Ko, the northern line belongs to Xia. The 2 of them can deploy troops and do as they please. Do as you please. Jiang and I asked softly, isn't the commander of the southern expedition, Xianxia, a famous general from the spring and autumn period? There was also the dragon general Su Gong, who was also praised by Uncle for being both intelligent and courageous. Why didn't Li Yong use any of them? Moreover, we have Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghu on our side. Doesn't the enemy camp have such young generals? The old man restrained his smile and patiently said, this is like the Chinese chess that Huang Sanjia invented. On our side, Dechu's generals and soldiers are clearly spaced apart. They each have their own duties. Those who should break the enemy lines break the enemy lines, and those who should lead the troops lead the troops. However, on the other side of the border, in the Liang imperial court, the Zhao family's Wang is known to have all the talents in the world. The Zhao family's son has too many people that he can use, and they are densely packed together. For example, Lu Shengxiang is at the border, but in front of him, there are Yang Shenxing and Yan Zhenchuan, and then there are the veteran generals from the spring and autumn period. It's not his turn to be the vanguard. As for that Su Gong, his position in the Liang imperial court is even lower than Lu Shengxiang's. He's not an official from the capital, nor is he a veteran general. If he wants to lead an army, he first needs to carve out a path of blood in his own camp. Jiang and I sighed. Listening to the waves of cicadas, she was unable to disguise her annoyance. The old man smiled. He raised his head to look at the evergreen trees that were still green and gloomy in autumn. Then he stood and casually said something before leaving. The sound of cicadas adds to one's worries. Of course, it's worry that one's intestines are broken. Jiang and I was in a daze and muttered to herself. She didn't want to admit that compared to the home she was in, the only home in the world that could compare to the imperial palace in Graydon City, she would often think of that small house on the mountain that belonged to her alone. The summer was hot and the winter was cold. The hard little bed, the mended window, and always silently looked at each other with the tattered quilt of her fellow sufferers. During those years there was not a single word of flattery, only cold words from the odd-job workers and maidservants. However, that malice was displayed on everyone's face. She could see and recognize it. Although she hated it, she never felt uncertain in her heart. She didn't need to think about the scheming behind those respectful and solemn faces like now. She didn't need to shoulder the burden on her own shoulders. Occasionally, she would return to the thatched cottage on Wudong Mountain in her dreams. She would dream that she was taking care of the small vegetable garden that was always full of green. She would dream that she was squatting in the vegetable garden and carefully counting the harvest with her fingers. After she was able to fly on the sword, she had seen too many spectacular scenes in the world. However, these scenes were forgotten after she saw them. Many years ago, at this time, a sloppy young man was holding a branch and fiercely slapping a mournful tree. He turned his head to a young girl and said with a mischievous smile, I know. What the hell do you know? Little mudman, do you know? At this time, Jianghu subconsciously blurted out, just like in the past. What the hell do I know? At that time, the young man held his belly with one hand and pointed at her with the other hand with the branch. He smiled and said, Little mudman, you know me. If I can't find a wife in the future, you can make up the number. Attend the Shanghai Book Fair signing in the afternoon of the 18th of this month. Location, Shanghai Exhibition Center, number 1000 Yen, and Middle Road, Shanghai. Chapter 1234. Qi Shen stood by the window and looked at the beautiful woman who was sitting cross-legged and discussing Tao with infatuated eyes. In the chaos of war, the country's misfortune led to the rise of learning. The Xianxia Academy temporarily accepted many scholars who had fled from the Guangling path across the river. The number of Wuxia scholars immediately reached close to 10,000, and for the first time, the number of Jianghu scholars broke through 600. This number was even more exaggerated than when the academy was at its peak in the Great Qin and Great Feng dynasties. In this time of war, the academy was like a pure land in the human world. There were no sounds of war, and the teachers still taught and the students listened. Right now, Teacher Jianghu in the room by the window was one of the most popular scholars in the academy in recent years. Every time he taught the study of rhythm, rhyme and rhythm, the room would be packed with people, regardless of whether it was winter or summer. If there were no seats in the room, they could just stand outside the window. For example, Qi Shen was surrounded by many students who were either listening to the lecture or looking at the person. Qi Shen was the eldest grandson of the Qi family after all, and he was also a famous figure in Xianxia Academy. When he came outside the window, many students who were close to him had no choice but to quietly give up their seats. Qi Shen looked at this plump and beautiful woman, who even many of the younger generation had to respectfully address as Master Fish. For some reason, he thought back to last year's midwinter evening, when that white-haired youngster whose name Qi Shen didn't know paid a private visit to the academy's Buddha's Palm Lake, the two of them having an undercurrent of conflict. Qi Shen didn't have the chance to draw that exquisite sword from his waist, one of the 12 famed swords of Dongyue's sword pool. Afterwards, when he gradually guessed that person's identity, as well as that fellow's various deeds that spread through the academy, Qi Shen had a period of time where he felt disheartened. However, he soon pulled himself together. As Northern Mang's army of 1,000,000 pressed into the northwest, as well as the banner with the character Jiang, raised high above Guangling Road, Qi Shen became more and more complacent. In the past, his grades in the academy had always been outstanding, second only to Su Weisheng, second only to Ko Zhonghuai, second only to Ko Zhonghuai in the study of the sword. Since Ko Zhonghuai could make a name for himself, Qi Shen's family background and knowledge didn't lose to Ko Zhonghuai's, so why would he have to worry about not being able to seize the opportunity to rise up in this chaotic world, becoming the person who revived his family? Inside the room, the woman who was narrating the musical principles of the past dynasties wore a stone-green robe wrapped in a light red brocade, and a jade belt tied around her waist. Although she was sitting cross-legged, one could still clearly see her graceful figure. From head to toe, her charm was like flowing spring water, breathtaking and never tiring of looking at her 100 times. Beside her was a small incense burner. It was unique, using goosepear to steam agarwood incense. It was both smokeless and refreshing. The room was filled with mist. As teacher Ji Shang, she was able to sit alone under the wall, as if she had fallen into the clouds and mist. She was absent-minded like a goddess. Hanging from the wall were a dozen or so scrolls that had yet to be opened. Beside her stood a little girl with pigtails. In Xianxia Academy, she was the leader of the children. Her nickname was Little Wooden Fish. Her parents were both teachers of the academy. They had once been illustrious nobles of northern Han. However, during the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, Their family of 3 lived in poverty. Little Wooden Fish's father could be considered half a disciple of Grand Chancellor Wang, who had betrayed the academy. For some unknown reason, he did not follow Grand Chancellor Wang to Beiliang. Instead, he gave up the glory, splendor, and wealth that was at his fingertips. He continued to be an embarrassed teacher in the academy, depressed and unable to achieve his goals. This was probably the so-called contentment of poverty and happiness. Xianxia was different from those students who had ulterior motives. He was truly listening attentively to Master Yu's teachings and explanations. This summer she had engraved a book, The Rime of the Golden Lotus, which had received praise from Grand Chancellor Qi, who had not yet left the mountain and entered the capital. He personally wrote a preface for the book, which was sold out on the same day. This book was divided into 2 volumes. In total, there were no more than 36 words, yet it was all-encompassing. Many of the sentences had already spread throughout the academy. For example, when explaining the character for East, there was a line, "A woman's slender eyebrows are like a crescent moon. A man's vigor is like a 10,000 zhang long rainbow." When explaining the character for Loyalty, there was a line, "Emperor Qin's great military uniform is bestowed with a 3-foot sword of peace." However, what made Xianxia's grandfather sigh with emotion the most was when explaining the character for Jianghu, 1,000 mountains against 10,000 rivers, one's homeland against another. Furthermore, Master Yu's original exegesis, primary school, had sorted out the changes in musical temperament since the Sanskrit of the western regions had entered the Central Plains. His grandfather originally had some objections to his grandson, whom he had high hopes for, being unable to let go of a downtrodden woman. Recently, he had loosened up a bit. He still did not agree, but he also did not object. Inside the room, Master Yu was explaining the military war songs of various dynasties and generations. The goat-horned girl was in charge of opening the scrolls. Each scroll had a vigorous or sorrowful lyric written on it. Only 2 armies in the current era had received this honor. One was the Beimang South Courtyard's Dong Army, led by King Dong Zhuo. The other was the Beiliang Frontier Army's Beiliang Song. Xianxia could clearly feel Master Yu's joy and depression when she was explaining the Beiliang Song. Xianxia had been traveling among flowers for many years without being attached to a single leaf. How could he not understand the principle that it was easy to pick up when one's love was shallow, but difficult to let go when one's love was deep? However, Xianxia did not think that the woman he loved was really hopelessly in love with the young man who had visited the school. Otherwise, why didn't she follow him back to Beiliang? Why did she stay alone in the Xianxia Academy? As the lesson was coming to an end, a fat white cat appeared out of nowhere. It was as popular as its owner in the Xianxia Academy. Although it was charmingly naive, it was actually very cunning. Many of Mr. Jishang's meals were taken away by it. Lu Zhen, who was teaching Wang Ba at the school, had a big white crane. He loved it so much that he even nicknamed it Crane Wife. However, in the past half a year, the white cat had scratched off many feathers. Lu Zhen had cried to Master Yu many times because of this. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the plum forest and move to the most remote place in the Xianxia Academy. Only then was he able to escape from the claws of the white cat, Wu Mainyang. The white cat pounced into Master Yu's embrace, causing all of the scholars to silently drool. Those who were brave didn't look sideways, their minds swaying, while those who were timid quietly shifted their gazes, afraid that they would blush. Everyone knew that Master Yu's mother was the sword attendant of the late emperor of West Chu. Her sword dance was one of the 4 masters of the Dachu dynasty. It was as famous as Yi Baikui's art of war, Li Qin's chess skills, and Wang Qing's poetry. It was said that Master Yu had inherited her mother's sword dance. Moreover, the scholars were not blind. They all knew that Master Yu was not only knowledgeable, but also that her chest, which she had been deliberately hiding and suppressing, was even more impressive. If they could see her sword dance, it would be worth it even if they lost 10 years of their life. When the lesson ended, whether they were sitting in the room or standing outside the window, the scholars, including Xianxia, all bowed respectfully. Master Yu bowed her head slightly in return and then had the scholars leave the room first. She put down the white cat, Wu Mainyang, who had been sleeping lazily in her arms, and helped the goat-horned girl put away the scrolls hanging on the wall. At this time, Xianxia went against the flow and came into the room. He quietly watched her stand on tiptoe to pick up the scrolls. When she stretched her waist and raised her arms, he followed her line of sight. Her waist was extremely slender because of the jade belt, and some parts of her body were extremely full. Xianxia was very tempted and smiled slightly. Scholars did not like flatness when looking at mountains, and it was even more so when admiring women. She, who had already used her real name, Yu Xuanji, did not pay attention to Xianxia. She lowered her head to look at the little wooden fish who had volunteered to carry the large pile of scrolls. She rubbed the little girl's head and smiled gently. "Can you carry it?" This goat-horned girl, who was more competitive than boys among her peers, nodded vigorously. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at Xianxia, the first young master of the Qi family, who she had always disliked. She pouted at Sister Yu, then rolled her eyes and ran out of the room. She, who had used the name Yu Yuwei in Beiliang, looked at Xianxia with an indifferent expression and asked, "What is it?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Just saying goodbye before leaving." Yu Yuwei made an "oh" sound and did not say anything else. Clearly, she meant that their relationship was normal. If he wanted to leave, she would not ask him to stay or send him off. Xianxia hesitated and did not have the intention to turn and leave. Instead, he sat behind the short yellow rosewood table that could be seen everywhere in Shangyin Academy, like a student asking for guidance from his teacher. It was undeniable that this future patriarch of the Qi family was romantic and elegant. It was rumored that many attractive female teachers in the academy had fallen in love with him, not to mention those young women who were in the prime of their youth. Every time Xianxia went out, there would be many women who used their connections to get close to him. Xianxia sat upright and still. He raised his head to look at Master Yu, who was standing, and asked softly, "Master Yu, do you think I should go find my good friend Ko Jianghu to ask for wine or go study at the capital Imperial College?" Yu Yuwei frowned and said, "You should ask that grandfather of yours who did not follow the great exodus to West Chu, not me." Xianxia smiled playfully. "West Chu? Shouldn't it be De Chu?" "All right, I already know the answer. This one will go to Great Peace City now." Yu Yuwei smiled coldly but did not speak. Xianxia slowly stood up and looked straight at this woman who rejected all men. He said in a gentle voice, "Xuanji, can you wait for me for 3 years? In 3 years, I will definitely be famous. Everyone in the court will know of me, Xianxia, as well as Ko Jianghu." Yu Yuwei actually smiled. This was a scene that Xianxia had never seen before. Just when Xianxia thought he had a chance, Yu Yuwei looked out the window and said calmly, "So what if you are Ko Jianghu? Even if you are the great official Chao Chongqing, so what? Is he very powerful?" Yu Yuwei smiled strangely and asked again, "Is he really very powerful? Is he the #1 in the world?" Xianxia immediately felt a chill run through his body as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. In terms of family background and fame, Xianxia really could not match up to that person. The hereditary king of Beiliang, who had 300,000 cavalry in the world. The person who had reached the top of the martial evaluation and made Li Yang and Bei Mang bow to him. Chapter 1235. Xianxia quickly recovered from his dejection and shook his head. His eyes were resolute as he said, "It's not the same. I will climb up step by step from an ordinary pawn." Yu Yuwei seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She wanted nothing more than to burst into laughter. She waved her hand and said mockingly, "Don't say any more. I'll laugh myself to death. Xianxia, I won't hold you back from making contributions on the battlefield." Xianxia didn't get angry. He asked, "Before I leave, I want to know what's so funny. It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone." Yu Yuwei stretched out her hand. It was clear that she wanted him to leave. Xianxia lived up to his reputation as the Qi family's pillar. He had a decisive personality and didn't make any loathsome one-sided love. He strode out of the room. Yu Yuwei waited until he was far away before crouching down and picking up Wu Mainyang. She looked at it with a smile in her eyes. Someone once told a joke. He said that the tortoise and the rabbit ran away one after the other. In reality, the rabbit would never be able to catch up to the tortoise in its entire life. He called this a paradox and even used a wine cup and chopsticks to explain it for a long time. However, I still think it's twisted logic and a joke. Wu Mainyang, don't you think so? She pressed her cheek against the white cat's head. Her eyes were sorrowful as she said softly, "Wu Mainyang, is it because no one bullies you that you feel lonely?" Yu Yuwei slowly closed her eyes. "A person lives here, but their heart dies there. Isn't that a paradox?" After putting down the painting scroll, the little wooden fish bounced back to the door. When it saw Yu Wei crouching on the ground with a face full of tears, it immediately flew into a rage. It quickly ran over to Yu Wei and crouched down. It said angrily, Big sister you, did that lecher surnamed Chi bully you? I'll kick him to death right now." Yu Wei opened her eyes. She was a bit helpless. She smiled gently and said, "No." The goat horn girl was a bit doubtful. "Really?" Yu Wei nodded. The little girl waved her fist and said, "Sister Yu, didn't you secretly tell me that Guy was the master who defeated old immortal Wang? Humph, last time he said that my fist technique was invincible and my leg technique was unparalleled." Then the little girl asked timidly, "Sister Yu, why are you crying?" Yu Wei blushed as a child caught her losing her composure. She prevaricated, "It's just a sad scene." Only then did the sheep-horned girl let out a mischievous laugh. "Hey, big sister fish, I'm going to study medicine right now." Yu Wei was confused and asked, "Why?" The little girl chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll help sister you make a medicine for regret." Yu Wei was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she pinched the little wooden fish's rosy cheeks. "When you grow up, you will know that there are some things that you should regret." The little girl made a face and said, "Then I don't want to grow up. If I regret it every day, my heart will ache." Yu Wei smiled and stood up. Holding the big white cat in one hand and the little wooden fish in the other, she walked out of the house. On the way back, they passed by the Buddha's Palm Lake. The little wooden fish couldn't help but click her tongue. The snowman that the white-haired brother made last time was really, really big. For some reason, the goat-horned girl inadvertently raised her head to look at Big Sister Fish. She lowered her head as if she was looking at her own chest. Then, her appearance was probably the delicate and alluring that the lechers often talked about. The little girl gasped. She understood. That guy who had once freeloaded at her house must have molested Sister Yu there. While the goat-horn girl defended Sister Yu, she was also curious. It seemed that Sister Yu wasn't angry. Instead, she was happy. She still didn't understand the love and hatred between adults. The little girl, who was the head of the household at a young age, sighed and said to herself, "Sure enough, the name of the medicine for regret is forget each other in Jianghu, and the root of the illness is can't help each other in need." Chapter 1236. North of Beimang and Orange State, south of Xia State, there was a famous Dunhuang city. The #1 devil of Beimang, Luo Yang, used to be the lord of half of the city. With Luo Yang's betrayal of Beimang and the wrath of the empress, Luo Yang killed her way through the encirclement and entered Liyang territory. Since then, she had completely disappeared from Beimang. However, this was like adding oil to the fire for Dunhuang City. Especially when the military god Tuoba was ordered by Her Majesty to sweep through the rear and eliminate all the unruly grassland forces. Although Helian Wei Wu, the head of Xia State, had always turned a blind eye to Dunhuang City and did not have much ill feelings towards it, and Murong Baoding, the head of Orange State, had always been regarded as the backer of Dunhuang City. However, this great turmoil that swept through Beimang's North Court still affected Dunhuang City more or less. Many unruly grassland lords were forced to leave their territories to avoid Tuoba, causing them to wreak havoc like a swarm of locusts. Fortunately, the new general, Su Pong, was in charge of the army in Dunhuang City. There were also Yuan Duan, Duanmu Chongyang, and the others who held real power in Dunhuang City. The people in the city felt that as long as Dunhuang City did not raise its flag and rebel, Dunhuang City would not be so weak even if some unruly grassland forces wanted to take over the city. However, what made the people in Dunhuang City feel the most uneasy was the beautiful city lord. After quelling the bloody rebellion in the city, she disappeared. She had disappeared for more than half a year. At that time, not only were the ordinary nobles in the city unable to see her, even the old officials of the Yuan family and the Duanmu family could not see her. It was not until this year's summer that she leisurely returned to Dunhuang City. During this period of time there was a great deal of discussion. The entire city was filled with rumors and slanders, and all sorts of rumors flew about. Some said that this northern Mang's little empress had been lusted over by Murong Baoding's beauty, and had been kidnapped. There were also some that said that she had been summoned into the imperial tent by the empress, and that she had been acknowledged as her niece. In any case, there were all sorts of bizarre rumors. Fortunately, the city lord disappeared for more than half a year and took back power from Su Pong, who had become a general overnight. Inside the giant immortal palace, there was an inconspicuous Qing Feng courtyard. It was filled with plantains. For some reason, it had always been a forbidden area. What was even stranger was that this place could not be said to be heavily guarded. On the contrary, the golden guards of Dunhuang City had never stepped into this place to patrol. It was like a cold palace. At this moment, General Su Pong, who was rumored to be intolerable with the city lord, was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. Other than the mistress of Dunhuang sitting opposite him, there was not even a palace maid. Su Pong, or rather, Su Pu, who had held the power of the cavalry together with the king of Beiliang's brother-in-law, Wuxia, was giving her a detailed report of the latest battle situation on the border of Liangmang. The southern court of Beimang's 3 elite cavalry armies had separately invaded Liangmang and Luzhou. However, the thunder was big but the rain was small. Apart from the cavalry army that invaded Luzhou, the 2 armies faced each other for a moment and then retreated without a fight. There was no news of the troops and horses that had rushed to Liangmang and Luzhou. No matter how hard the spies in Dunhuang City tried to dig up secret information, they could not obtain the slightest bit of information. It should be known that the #1 spy in Dunhuang City had already contacted an important figure in the southern court who was second only to the imperial edict of peace, but he still returned without any results. Su Pu did not believe that this was some bullshit general who did not obey orders. Either this was a last-minute plot by Fatty Dong, or this was an established policy that the imperial edict of peace had long planned. Regardless of which it was, Su Pu felt a sense of suffocation as if a storm was coming. If he was a general of the Beiliang frontier army, he could remain calm and collected. However, he was now an outsider in Dunhuang City in the hinterland of Beimang, who could only watch the fire burning across the river. It was inevitable that his chest would be filled with depression. That woman was not only a first-rate maidservant of Beiliang Palace's Wutongan, but also a loyalist of His Royal Highness. She was also the lord of Dunhuang City and a top assassin in Beimang. When Sweet Potato heard the vanguard cavalry retreat without a fight, he said softly, "Uncle Su, the great general had painstakingly built Liangzhou and Yuzhou for 20 years when he was alive. With the old general Yan Wenluan guarding Yuzhou, Chu Lushan is personally overseeing the northern pass of Liangzhou. Dong Zhuo wants to attack Liuzhou first, and Beimang wants to use Liuzhou as a breakthrough point. Our Beiliang wants to use Liuzhou as bait. Both sides have their own goals. In the end, it seems like it depends on whether the terrain wins or the people win." Su Pu said calmly, "If Beimang is determined to fight to the death with Liuzhou, which has no city to defend, will definitely not be able to defend. The key is how much meat will be cut off from Liangmang in this slaughterhouse. In my opinion, even if Beimang loses 150,000 elites in Liuzhou, as long as Beiliang loses 50,000, as long as we cross this boundary, even if we lose just one more soldier, then Beiliang will have already lost this battle. Defending the northwest of Liangzhou and defending the north of Yuzhou is just to buy time for Liang. Beiliang, Beimang, and Liang are 3 pillars. Liang can afford to waste the most time and national strength, Beimang is close behind, and Beiliang is the most stretched." Sweet Potato said worriedly, "The 30,000 Long Xiang army is all in Liuzhou." Su Pu said sadly, "This is actually His Highness declaring his position to the Beiliang people. If we defend the country and fight to the death at the border, when we lose, there will definitely be someone surnamed Su among the dead." Sweet Potato asked, "Is it worth it?" Su Pu did not answer. Sweet Potato asked and answered his own question. There are many things that cannot be said whether it is worth it or not. Sweet Potato suddenly asked, "Uncle Su, how is that little eunuch Dong Shou's martial talent?" Su Pu smiled and said, "His talent is average, but his roots are pure. On the path of martial arts, it is not said that only those with extraordinary talent can achieve good results. Moreover, the secret manual that the city lord selected does not care about innate talent, it only cares about the accumulation of time." Sweet Potato bit his lips and said regretfully, "It is not that there are no shortcuts to martial arts that can achieve instant results, it is just that they are not suitable for this simple and honest youth. However, I will not be at ease with an intelligent martial arts prodigy." Su Pu nodded and also sighed, "It is difficult to be satisfied with people, and it is difficult to do things as you wish." Sweet Potato looked at the sky. Su Pu gently got up and prepared to leave the courtyard. Sweet Potato smiled and asked, "Uncle Su, I still have a few jars of green ant wine here, why don't you take it back and drink it?" Su Pu looked at the tightly shut door with a gratified expression, then laughed and said, "The knot in my heart has been untied, there is no need to drink." Sweet Potato watched Su Pu leave, then turned and walked into the house. He opened the door and quickly closed it. All the tables and chairs in the house were wrapped in cotton cloth, and there was also an exquisite cradle that seemed to be used for sleeping children. She tiptoed towards the cradle. The smile on her face was warmer than ever. She squatted in front of the cradle and called out softly, "My little sweet potato, grow up quickly, then go and give your father a big scare." Chapter 1237. Jianghu is bustling. Mount Hui suddenly sends out hundreds of invitations to the entire Jianghu world, inviting all the heroes in the world to go to the towering moonless tower on the snowy plateau. Almost no one doubts or sneers at this, because the newly emerged Mount Hui's fist may not be big, but it is definitely hard enough. Legend has it that she was once the guest of the new King Liang, and then they parted ways. She intercepted Wang Xianxia on the Yangtze River, which is an undeniable feat. Her life was hanging by a thread, but it was a blessing in disguise. She is already a real celestial state. God knows if she will become a terrestrial immortal after the closed-door training. There were even busybodies who added fuel to the fire, saying that when Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan was casually touring the south, there was also a secret and wonderful story between him and this purple-robed woman. Mount Hui, which is already full of visitors, is now climbing the mountain. Some experienced Jianghu old foxes start to count which gangs and sects have arrived. For example, the little immortal Wu Shizhen of the Qingyang Palace of Mount Qingqing is staying at the Mount Hui abode. Also, the master of the Quick Snow Mountain Villa, Weiqi Liangfu, brings his beloved daughter Yuqi Nyochuan, who is entering Jianghu for the first time. The leader of the new Dao Zhuangtai in the northern Liaoxi also swaggers up the mountain. Lin Hongyuan, the young palace master of the southern border Dragon Palace, appears as magnificent as before. There is also the new owner of the Spring Invitation Cottage in Shishu, who is also the winner of the Rouge Beauty Award, thank you. When she appears, she is regarded as a celestial by countless men. However, when they think of her inextricable relationship with the king of Shu, Chen Jibao, no one dares to make trouble. Mount Longhu has been neighbors with Mount Hui for hundreds of years. The new Taoist master Zhao Ningxin personally comes out of the Taoist master mansion to visit the snowy plateau. Usually, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to bump into one of these elusive big shots in Jianghu. Now that they had appeared one after another, it was a feast for the eyes of the onlookers who were not qualified to be honored guests of the moonless brothel. They only felt that the travel expenses they had spent on this trip to Mount Hui were not a problem. In addition to the new top 10 gangs like Mount Longhu, the Spring Invitation Cottage, and the Quick Snow Mountain Villa, there are many old Jianghu sects that can be regarded as leaders in the provinces and counties. There are also the beggar sect and Chao gang, which are rich but like to pretend to be poor. After receiving the hero's invitation, they also send their most important leaders to Mount Hui. They are either leisurely climbing the mountain to enjoy the scenery or are on the way here. There are also a lot of Jianghu individual immortals, who are all proud of receiving a hero's invitation. For example, Fan Qingsong, who is known as the Central Plain swordsman in Jianghu, is 90 years old and half of his body is in the ground, but he still has to grit his teeth and risk his life to rush to Mount Hui. As for those who had just entered the Jianghu for a few years but had already made a name for themselves, they were even more ambitious and in high spirits. They wore the best clothes, rode the best horses, and carried the best weapons. Those who were handsome were as elegant as a jade tree in the wind. Those who were born inferior in terms of appearance were at least able to attract attention. Compared to those who had been in the Jianghu for a long time, they knew the principle of relying on clothes when going out to meet outsiders. This made some of the older seniors sigh with emotion. They were indeed worthy of being called the younger generation pushing the older generation forward. Even if the older generation did not die, they would be half dead on the beach. Interestingly, there are very few women who have received the hero's invitation this time. Those who have made a name for themselves in Jianghu can be counted with one's fingers. However, even if Mount Hui does not invite them, it does not mean that they are willing to miss this rare Jianghu event. Those who have strong connections will go hand in hand with the big sections. For the time being, those who have not made a name for themselves in front of the sect leaders and sect leaders will not lose face. In any case, they will shout at some of their admirers who are willing to pay for them. Most of these women are not ordinary, either openly or secretly competing with each other for beauty. Unknowingly, they have added countless topics of conversation in Mount Hui. It is one thing to join in the fun and visit Mount Hui to see the immortals, but finding a place to sleep is a real problem. In the surrounding counties, towns and villages, as long as there is a place for people to live, it is crowded. Not to mention the inns. Even the houses of the inns are opened with money. Nowadays, the neighbors around Mount Hui are busy arguing every day about who has more Jianghu experts. For a time, all kinds of people are mixed in here. It is not that there are no criminals or people who want to fish in troubled waters, but they are all expelled or even killed on the spot by the foreign official of Mount Hui, who is in charge of patrolling outside the mountain. During this period, there are a few people who have crossed the river and disregarded the law. In the end, the great foreign official Huang Fengfua personally killed them. After that, from the county magistrate to the prefectural governor, there is no one to collect the corpse. This is the first time that Jianghu has seen the hidden power of Mount Hui. Thousands of people in the martial arts world racked their brains, wanting to reach even higher places in Mount Hui. Even if they were able to show their faces at the sword comprehension stele, it would be a great fortune. Perhaps being in Jianghu was a journey to climb high and look far. Some people stop at the foot of the mountain, some people struggle to reach the waist of the mountain, and then they can only look at the backs of the people. As the lucky people climb higher and higher, there are fewer people at the top. Until they are qualified to be secretly happy, but on the surface, they say that it is lonely at the top. Even though there were still 3 days before the start of the martial arts tournament, there were still plenty of tourists. The paths leading up to the mountain were already packed with people. Those who were impatient had already started cursing, and there were also a lot of children crying among them. At the foot of Mount Hui, many tea houses and wine stalls have been temporarily set up for tourists to rest. Not far away is the ferry port, and no less than 100 ships of various sizes go back and forth between Mount Hui and Mount Longhu. Inside the tea houses and wine stalls, there are many people talking loudly. Among them, there is a well-dressed guest who is commenting on the heroes of the world who have passed away with the river. Every time he calls out a name, he will drink a cup of wine. The people named by this person are Wudong's Wang Zhongluo and Hong Shixiang, the sword maniac Wang Xiaoping who will not back down even if he dies, the cat man Han Xianxia who is invincible below the land immortal, the dragon tree monk of the 2 Zen temples, the Dongyue sword pool Song Nianqing, the black-clothed sick tiger Yang Taisui, the Shishu blacksmith Jian Zhehuang, the spring invitation cottage Xielingzhen, the pair of grandfather and grandson, Shenyuan Dandan and Shenyuan Jingqing. The pair of Taoist masters from Mount Longhu, of course, the old god of sword Li Chungang, and the most important Wang Xianji. In the end, Lu Baijia also has a lot of regrets. Sword fairy Tang Shi, who is expected to become the land immortal of sword, had to give away her sword after becoming the Minister of War. At the next table, a young child with delicate features is snuggling in the warm embrace of his graceful mother. His father is full of smiles, drinking slowly. There is an ancient long sword overflowing with sword chi on the table. Judging from his demeanor, he is definitely not a common person of the Jianghu. The child's voice is clear and sweet. He looks at the man who is full of the smell of alcohol and talks about heroes and asked curiously, "May I ask, uncle, after the death of Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City, is that king of Beiliang really the most powerful person in the world? My elders said that after he fought with Wang Xianji, his realm is destined to drop greatly. Now, can he still defeat the Beimang military god Tuoba?" The child's words carry no harm and are not annoying. Chapter 1238. The man who had just finished a cup of wine wiped his mouth and laughed. Just as he was about to pour more wine to drink, he lifted the jug and found that there was not a single drop left. Just as the man was about to ask the shopkeeper for new wine, the child's father stretched out a finger and gently patted the neck of the unopened wine jug on his table. The wine jug leisurely spun around and landed right in front of the man. This method of delivering wine was not mysterious, but this unknown swordsman's ingenuity lay in his control of strength. After the wine jug touched the table, it was as if it had taken root and did not move at all. This level of proficiency was definitely at the second level of the master realm. The man did not hold back. After nodding his head, he poured himself a bowl of wine and drank it all. He said, "Young hero, I, Wang Bopo, am not someone who speaks without thinking. I will only say what I know. Let's not talk about whether the king of Beiliang's realm fell or rose. I only know that after the battle between him and Wang Xianji, the current head of the Wu family's sword tomb came out of the mountain and went to the border of Yuzhou with his sword. He used his 14th sword, but he still could not stop the young king of Beiliang. Now, another senior swordsman who has never appeared in Jianghu has gone to Liangzhou. I guess there will be another great battle." The child waved his hand. I am not a young hero, at least not now. My father said that I must wait until I am 20 years old before I can roam Jianghu alone. My mother has given me more than 10 famous nicknames. Unfortunately, they are like the money I get every year. I can only save them. Sigh, why is it so hard to grow up? All the men and women in the tavern burst into laughter. They were amused by the child's naivety. The woman knocked on her son's head. The swordsman's eyes were gentle and filled with love and pride. This was the feeling that every father would have when looking at their child. The child continued, I really admire the king of Beiliang. One day, I will become his disciple and learn from him. The man couldn't help but tease. Then you'll have to see if that old man will accept you as his disciple. The child was stunned for a moment. He patted his chest and said, Dad said that I have extraordinary talent. I'm a martial arts prodigy that's hard to come by in 100 years. Even if I was born 60 years earlier, I could still spar with Taoist Master Qi of Mount Longhu next door. If the king of Beiliang doesn't accept me as his disciple, then it's really. Mother, what's that phrase again? The woman said softly, casting pearls before swine. The hall was filled with laughter again. The child's father had a helpless look on his face. Inside the tavern, the man and the child were fighting and fooling around. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the tavern. Soon, someone ran in and shouted, Little ancestor Xianxia, who left the Taoist master's residence to travel Jianghu for many years, also got off the ferry and climbed up the mountain. Not only this tavern, but most of the people from the nearby tea stalls also ran out. When the child heard the name Xianxia, he just curled his lips. He probably didn't want to move because he didn't think highly of him. He lay on the table and watched his father drink. When there was no one else in the tavern, he whispered in a tone that people from the Central Plains couldn't understand, Dad, does the king of Beiliang disdain to participate in this kind of martial arts competition? If Su Fengnian, who had gone through Beimang, was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this was an authentic Norland dialect. The middle-aged swordsman smiled and said, He's busy dealing with our million-strong army and has no time to pay attention to this. Otherwise I think he would come. That person. I think he's looking forward to Jianghu. The child stretched out a hand and sighed. So many top masters have left Liang, but we're much luckier. Among the 5 major sects, only the 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain died. The big and small thoughts of Princess Tomb are still there. The chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan, sword Qi Jin, and the bronze men are all still there. None of them died. Speaking of this, the child smiled and said, Dad, you're different from them. You're a sect all by yourself, and you're ranked higher than the chess and sword music school. If Mom wasn't from Liang, you could challenge the king of Beiliang and lose to him. As for me, I can take this opportunity to get to know him. The man looked at his wife and said in a pure Liaodong dialect, My dear wife, look at this. Our daughter hasn't grown up yet, but she's already helping an outsider. What will happen in the future? The man's originally warm smile suddenly bloomed with a monstrous aura. The ancient sword that was originally full of sword chi suddenly restrained its sharpness. The woman laughed softly and asked, Who's here? Who's worthy of your treatment? It can't be your archenemy Tuoba or that new white-clothed devil, right? The man looked at her and his majestic aura slowly relaxed. He said with a bit of bitterness, Unfortunately, they're all here. The woman said lightly, You've said long ago that you're leaving Beimang. We can't just tie you up and bring you back, can we? The man with an inconspicuous appearance pinched his chin and said, Back then, Her Majesty was. The woman glared and pinched him. What do you mean back then? Didn't she just want to acknowledge you as her son-in-law? What? Are you regretting marrying an old hag like me who'll drag you down? Then you should go back. The man smiled but didn't say anything. At this time, anything he said would be wrong. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. It was better to keep silent and meditate. The infatuated men in the world, regardless of their status, mostly believed that liking a woman was wrong and hoped that they would never change their mistakes. The child asked, Dad, you're not a swordsman. Why do you always like to carry a sword? You always didn't tell me the reason before. Can you tell me? If Mom blames you, I'll teach her a lesson for you. In any case, you're the 3rd son and I'm the eldest. There's always something to subdue someone else. The man carefully glanced at his wife. Seeing that she didn't move, he laughed softly and said, "Your mother, when she was young, she only admired that green-clothed sword-wielding knight-errant. Dad has a lot of skills, but your mother doesn't like them. Later, I can only carry a sword to pretend. Wife, how many years have I carried a sword?" The woman reached out and held her husband's big hand. She said gently, "How many years have you carried a sword depends on how old the child is." The man couldn't help but sigh. That's right. Outside the wine shop, a short middle-aged man with long arms like an ape glanced at the wine shop. He hesitated for a moment and continued to climb the mountain. He was inconspicuous in the crowd. He, whose surname was Tuoba, chose Mount Hui for the first time in his life to enter the Liang dynasty because Wang Xianji didn't wait for him and Su Fengyan was already waiting for him at the border of Liangmang. Then, the snow plateau where heroes gathered became his first choice. After this person climbed the mountain, 3 new guests came to the wine shop. One was in white, one was in red, and there was a burly man with a bag on his back. They sat across the table from the family of 3. The man who didn't practice the sword but carried a sword with an even more shocking sword aura smiled. He didn't look at the handsome man in white. Instead, he looked at the man with the bag on his back and asked, "Deng Mao, the loser of the loser. Why? Do you want to bully me because you have helpers?" Deng Mao said with a cold face, "Don't you also have 3 people?" The man was stunned by this very cold joke. "You're as shameless as you used to be." Then he ignored Deng Mao who had a broken spear in his bag and turned to look at the woman in white and the woman in red. "Luo Yang, you destroyed that divine weapon in the icy plains of the extreme north and ruined the battle between Tuoba and Wang Xianji. Why didn't he cause you any trouble when he brushed past you?" The master of Zhulu Mountain in white looked indifferent. She poured herself a cup of wine and didn't say anything. The child suddenly broke the silence and said with a smile, "You're Luo Yang, right? Among the men in the world, I only admire the king of Baliang, my future master. Among the women, I only admire you. Why aren't you 2 together? I can call you master and mistress together in the future." Luo Yang laughed and raised her head to drink the wine in the cup. Chapter 1239. Like a bolt of purple lightning, a streak of purple suddenly fell from the top of the plateau onto the ferry. Countless mountaineers were shocked. Shenyuan Qingfeng, who had come out of seclusion, stood on the ferry and looked at a yellow dragon warship under the command of the Qingzhou Navy. An armored officer stood at the bow of the towering ship. Swords and halberds were everywhere on the ship, giving off a different aura than the local Qingzhou soldiers. As the ship approached, the people of Jianghu who had better eyesight all saw a flag with an unexpected word written on it, Su. After recognizing the flag that was fluttering in the northwest of the dynasty, the relatively unfamiliar sabers on the waists of the armored soldiers were on the verge of being called Cold Saber. Shenyuan Qingfeng narrowed her long and narrow eyes. Her mood was far more complicated than her tranquil expression. She didn't care at all about the Baliang officer standing at the bow of the ship, Hong Yu, who had once been the second guest of Mount Hui after Huang Fengfua. Although he was a martial artist of Jianghu, he was proficient in the art of war, especially cavalry warfare. Later on, he followed that person to Baliang and didn't hesitate to bear the infamy of being a slave of 2 surnames, hoping to make a name for himself on the battlefield. However, after joining the Baliang army, he never made a name for himself. Shenyuan Qingfeng originally thought that Hong Yu would be depressed, but unexpectedly, a secret letter arrived on the plateau. The letter said that before the martial arts convention began, Yozhou's new valiant cavalry commandant Hong Yu would lead 100 elites to escort over 90 large chests as a gift to Moonless Pavilion to congratulate Shenyuan Qingfeng on her glorious ascension to the position of Martial Arts Alliance chief. The letter even used the teasing words, unifying Jianghu. Shenyuan Qingfeng sneered and muttered to herself, "You're clearly about to die, but I don't see you speaking so nicely." Inside the large chests on the ship were the treasured secret manuals of Mount Qingliang's Tide Listening Pavilion's armory. Moreover, they were all first-rate rare books. Shenyuan Qingfeng looked at the rolling river before her. The great river flows east and never returns. Do you want to scatter your wealth and never return? Back then, when I was facing a great calamity, I had to leave you for the sake of Mount Hui's business and my father's dying wish. At that time, you were just an ant in the eyes of the top 10 on the martial arts ranking, but you still didn't hide or retreat. Now that you've become the world's #1 and have 300,000 cavalrymen under Baliang, you're just facing a Bei Meng, and you're starting to make arrangements for your death? Shenyuan Qingfeng, who was in seclusion cultivating the heavenly Tao, suddenly felt a wave of anger. Deep down, she had actually always regarded him as her goal. The two of them were different from almost all the other martial arts experts in Mount Liyang and Beimang. They hadn't been practicing martial arts for long, and their talents couldn't be said to be rare. They had only managed to reach the peak of Jianghu step by step by relying on opportunities earned by risking their lives over and over again. Shenyuan Qingfeng, after almost all the experts on the snow plateau died, in order to turn the tide, she abandoned herself and fell into the demonic path, almost destroying her own life. Then, she made a deal with him in Beiliang and absorbed the fate of the Imperial Jade Seal to stabilize her realm. After the battle with Wang Xianji, she used Wang Xianji's God-connecting power to sever her emotions and all the karma of the mortal world. She narrowly passed the personal barrier and returned to her original state, a level higher than that of the Taoist embryo and sword embryo of the Buddha. In the end, because of her out-of-body state, Zhao Huangchao, who had a great connection with the Zhao clan of Liang, escaped from an incomplete black rainbow and fled to the snow plateau before his death. He instilled all the knowledge he had learned in his life into her, allowing her to reach a higher level. She was confident that she could fight Tuoba and Dong Tai with all her strength, although her odds of winning were slightly lower. However, she wasn't even 30 years old yet, and her realm was advancing at a tremendous pace. What martial god of Beimang? What peach blossom sword god? Sooner or later, she would trample them under her feet and turn them into stepping stones for the terrestrial deva, Shenyuan Qingfeng. She firmly believed that the new century of Jianghu was nothing more than a matter between her and him. In the end, he emptied his arsenal in one fell swoop and left her with only his back facing the north. I blocked the river because I wanted to be even with you. You gave me the book because you wanted to be even with me? For some reason, only on this side of Mount Hui, the heavy rain suddenly fell and the mountain was covered in mud. For some reason, Shenyuan Qingfeng didn't reveal any of her qi to resist the sudden rainstorm. However, the moment the raindrops touched her body, her figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, she was already walking on a mountain path, allowing the rain to splash on her body. Her purple robe was soaked and wet. The yellow dragon ship was about to dock. Hong Yu raised his head and looked at the huge rock on Bull Hill. The corners of his mouth curled up. Did this count as him returning home in glory? In the Liang dynasty, there were many surplus generals and commandants, not to mention military commandants. However, who would dare to look down on a military commandant of Beiliang, one of the 16 veteran commandants, the valiant cavalry commandant? This title had been held by the senior cavalry general Su Pu, the current cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong, and even the king of Shu, Chen Jibao, for a period of time. Hong Yu was an honest and strong man. Just by looking at his appearance, he looked like a middle-aged villager who spent most of his time in the yellow earth and back facing the sky. In Mount Huishan, it was as if he had always been a head above Hong Yu. Moreover, he himself had never treated the Great Snow Plateau as a place to retire. Hong Yu had his eyes on one person in northern Liang, the Yuzhou general Huang Fucheng. This person came from Jianghu and relied on selling to gain his position as a border official. He had practically paved a broad path for Hong Yu to follow. In Mount Hui, other than Shenyuan Qingfeng, he did not dare to look down on Mount Hui. Huang Fengfua, a guard dog, was no longer in his eyes. It was hard for Hong Yu not to feel happy. However, even so, Hong Yu still had to carefully observe the expression of a young woman beside him. The leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, Lu Nerong, was not worth mentioning in terms of martial arts or family background. However, Hong Yu had heard that she was inextricably linked to the king of Beiliang. To be honest, along the way, Hong Yu could not understand why the picky Su Fengnian would choose such an ordinary-looking Jianghu woman. After Chen Jibao entered Shu, he had at least supported a beauty named Xia. If he placed such a pretty girl beside him, she would at least be pleasing to the eye. Then what was the king of Beiliang after? Hong Yu was puzzled. Could it be that the Jianghu people in Beiliang were just teasing Jianghu people? As a bystander, Hong Yu did not understand. As a participant, Lu Nerong did not understand either. The status that she and the Fish Dragon Gang had today was like an autumn dream, untimely and untimely. Lu Nerong raised her head and looked at Mount Hui. On the mountain peak, she could only see the eaves of the tall buildings on the mountain. The woman in purple from before was like a bolt of purple lightning descending to the world. What a grand style! Lu Nerong admired such a woman from the bottom of her heart. She felt that if Shenyuan Qingfeng, who had relied on himself to ascend the throne of the Wulin Alliance, could travel Jianghu with that person, it would be a good match. For no reason, Lu Nerong thought of the trip out of the fortress. She did not know why, but she had forgotten the ups and downs of the battles all these years. However, she clearly remembered the well water in the small fortress and the comical scene of that person squatting at the mouth of the well and haggling with the water peddler. Lu Nerong withdrew her gaze and looked at the turbid river flowing east. Occasionally, a few fish would jump out of the river and fall back into the river. She did not know whether they were returning home or leaving. When the junk ship reached the shore, the ship slowly bumped into the dock. Lu Nerong, who was slightly swaying, muttered to herself, "If you left the court and did not become the king of Bailiang, how comfortable would it be to be just a Jianghu person?" Chapter 1240. That year, the smoke of war was everywhere, but it did not burn such an inconspicuous town. It was not a place that the military would fight for. Although it was Jiangnan, there was not much fertile land. According to a few businessmen who had traveled extensively, there was a disaster north of the Guangling River. But to the people of the small town who lived in a corner, it was good to be a frog at the bottom of the well. The sky was always only as big as the mouth of the well. Peace was a blessing, and contentment was happiness. Today, the small town was in a continuous autumn rain. Looking from the entrance of a restaurant, there were pedestrians with hurried footsteps holding umbrellas as they walked across the blue stone bridge. Business was slow, and there was no need to serve customers. The waiter of the restaurant sat idly at the entrance, waiting for the woman he admired to come closer. She said that she would follow her friend to the rouge shop next to the restaurant to choose because her friend was about to get married. She was going to marry into a good family, and was a scholar with scholarly honors. The waiter sighed, feeling a little bitter in his heart. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener meant it. She did not care about glory and wealth, or else she would not have taken a fancy to a cripple like him. But for better or for worse, he was a man who still had some sense of responsibility. He always wanted to let the woman he liked live a good life. Although she was not from a noble family in town, she was a well-known good person. Her family was well off, and she did not have to worry about food and clothing. She had a good temperament, and her needlework was 1 in 100. Everyone said that whoever married her was a blessing accumulated from several lifetimes, but she had taken a fancy to him. Because of this, her playmates who grew up with her were so angry that they almost broke off their friendship with her. While they fought for justice for her, they could not do without some strange words. For example, she had met a bad man, and was blinded by lard. These were all said directly in front of him and her. At that time she looked at him, her slender little hand shyly twisting the corner of her clothes, her eyes full of apology. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned, and could still hold back his laughter. But how could his heart not be filled with guilt? Someone patted him on the shoulder, and he turned his head to look. The guy who could be considered familiar with him sat down beside him and asked with a silly smile, "Brother One, what are you thinking about?" He could be considered to be in the same boat as this kid, but this kid's situation was even worse. He had just moved to the town with his mother last year, and he couldn't even read 10 words from a book when it was spread open. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be of much use. Every day, he would be toyed with by those street ruffians who bullied strangers. It was so miserable that even after buying a new pair of boots with great difficulty, they would be stepped on until they became tattered. He couldn't be a scholar or a fighter. Fortunately, his mother still had some savings and had bought a cloth shop. His days were still bearable, and as long as he endured, he could still survive. He lived close to this guy and was probably the only local who did not add fuel to the fire. Over time, the two of them became so-called friends. He only knew that this kid's surname was Wang, and that his father had yet to return from a long trip. He smiled and looked at the raindrops strung together along the eaves. He asked, "Bamboo, have you heard of a saying? Although the rain is wide, it does not moisten the rootless grass." That person was stunned, shook his head and laughed. "Brother One, I didn't know that you were a scholar." "What do you mean? Is there a story?" The shop assistant surnamed Wen laughed and said, "I heard it from someone else, so I didn't understand. At that time, I was too embarrassed to ask him, so I pretended that I understood. If I knew, I would have asked him." The young man nicknamed Bamboo was puzzled. "Brother One, you have a scholar buddy?" The shop assistant rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "He's not some bullshit scholar, he just can't beat me, so he blindly showed off these things." The young man was happy. Then this person is really not good, he can't even beat Brother One, and he's not a scholar, isn't he the same as me? The shop assistant rolled his eyes at him, but did not say anything. Bamboo was a young man who could not control his mouth. He was afraid of the people of Jianghu, afraid of the banditry and Jianghu aura of those people, but he also looked forward to Jianghu. He liked to hang out in taverns and tea houses all day long, listening to those who called themselves Jianghu people brag. Now, he was talking to the shop assistant surnamed Wen about the grand martial arts event that happened once in 100 years. He said that he just found out that there was a woman in Mount Hui who liked to wear purple clothes. Not only was she as beautiful as a fairy, but also had superb martial arts skills. Bamboo was spitting saliva everywhere. He did not notice that Brother Wen beside him was either rolling his eyes or smiling absent-mindedly. Bamboo's mouth was dry. He was not a particular person. He bent down and reached out to cup a handful of rainwater, drank a mouthful, and pretended to be heroic. Good wine. The shop assistant smiled and joked. You even drank the taste of Jianghu? Bamboo turned his head and stared at the man. He asked seriously, Brother Wen, how did you kidnap Miss Lu? Why don't you teach me so that I can find a wife later? The shop assistant looked profound, he said, relying on appearance. Bamboo spat. Seeing that Bamboo didn't believe him, he laughed and said, You really don't believe me. Back then, when I was wandering around with that brother of mine, we were so poor, and he relied on his face to make a living. I am better than him in everything, but this face I lost to him. Back then, we competed for who was the big brother and who was the little brother, from age to skill. If it weren't for the fact that I lost in terms of looks, I would have been able to become the big brother. Bamboo's mouth twitched in the end. He was kind and did not dig at Brother Wen and his brother. Then, the two of them were silent for a while. They just listened to the rainwater dripping on the stone pavement. Bamboo suddenly whispered, Brother Wen, I want to tell you something, you can't tell anyone. The shop assistant said, It's up to you to say it or not. Bamboo hesitated. When I moved to town at the beginning of the year, I heard from a Jianghu master that among the masters in the world, one of them has the same name as my father. The shop assistant was amused. Bamboo, you're good. Your father is the old monster Xianxia of Martial Emperor City? Bamboo was angry. He shouted, Nonsense, it's the 11th in the world. The shop assistant suddenly fell silent. After a long time he said softly, So it's Wang Mingyin. Zhuzi's expression was gloomy as she muttered to herself, But I know that my father is actually a farmer with only a few kilograms of strength. It's not a big deal. It's even better if he's not the 11th in the world who died outside Snowfall City. Mother and I can wait for him to come home one day. The shop assistant sighed. He did not know how to comfort him. He just patted his shoulder. Bamboo suddenly stood up, pointed at the small bridge and laughed. Brother Wen, I won't delay you, I'll go first. The shop assistant surnamed Wen followed Bamboo's finger and saw a woman holding an umbrella across the bridge, slowly walking over. He stood up with a bright smile. The first time he saw her was when they met by chance at the town's market when he returned home. At that time, her friends laughed at him for being a cripple. They did not speak well and treated him as a lecher. She was the only one who was different. In the past, Xianxia said that he fell in love with every woman he saw and fell in love with anyone at first sight. He originally thought that when he met the woman before she returned home, she would be the last woman he fell in love with at first sight, and in fact, it was indeed so. After that, he no longer fell in love with anyone at first sight, but after meeting her in the small town, he felt that if he could spend the rest of his life with her, it would be better than anything else. He jogged out. She had just walked off the bridge. There were advantages of being small in the small town. There was no rigid etiquette of men and women touching each other, and she was not afraid of this. She tilted the oil paper umbrella. Her face was slightly red, and shielded him from the rain. He was never glib-tongued when he was with her. And in fact, after returning home, he was no longer as outspoken as before. He was honest and ordinary, and this was probably what she liked about him. In the past, as soon as he saw a woman, he would dare to flirt with her and say, Miss, this big brother will help you cook the rice. If the woman ignored him, he would say, Miss, you must have cultivated 3 lifetimes of fortune to be able to meet me. If you don't marry me, you must have suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. If the woman flew into a rage out of humiliation, he still had countless backup plans. But he was different now. At that time, when he saw a beautiful woman, his mind was filled with thoughts of getting out of bed. Now, standing beside her, he did not even have the courage to hold her hand. In the pugilistic world there was him. Outside the pugilistic world, there was her. god did not owe him, Wenhua, anything. She lowered her head and mustered up her courage to say, "My father helped me arrange a marriage, but I didn't agree." He scratched his head and did not say anything. She pursed her lips. He suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't we have a son in the future?" She opened her mouth slightly, her face full of astonishment. He let out a long breath. It did not seem like he was joking and said, "Back then I was engaged to a child. Whoever had a daughter would be at a disadvantage. Of course, if we had a daughter, that would also be very good." She turned her head, her face red, but seemed to nod. He inadvertently lowered his head and saw that her hand that was not holding the umbrella was twisting the corner of her clothes out of habit. He gritted his teeth and finally mustered up the courage to hold her hand again. She gently pulled her hand away, and then let him hold it. Wenhua grinned. He did not hold the sword. Holding her hand, this kind of pugilistic world was better than anything. Chapter 1241. Outside the elixir garden, a carriage arrived late and slowly parted the crowd. Then the audience saw a slender figure lift the curtain and get off the carriage. He walked up the steps and onto the elixir garden. In his hand was an ancient sword with a simple scabbard. In the past 100 years, the way of the sword had never been popular. There had never been a young swordsman who could learn invincible swordsmanship just by finding a secret manual. This was all thanks to Li Chuangong's sword style. Dong Tai's swordsmanship was beyond that of the ancients. Of course, there was also the Dongyue sword pool swordsmanship. Every new sword produced by the sword pool was a treasure that all Jianghu swordsmen dreamed of. However, in the field of swordsmanship, Western Shu had always been an anomaly. There was a saying that, the older the sword, the more precious it is. Among the top 3 swords of Shu, except for the Earth Skin Z, that had accompanied the sword emperor of Western Shu out of Jianghu, the Way of Shu, and the Thunderbox, had never fallen out of the top 10 swords in the world. No one knew who was the first to recognize the name of the ancient sword. For a while, everyone was talking about the Way of Shu. Everyone knew that after the fall of Western Shu, the sword had been sealed in the Tide Listening Pavilion for many years. Finally, it had seen the light of day again. There were also some tactful spectators who were about to kneel down and kowtow to the young man when they saw him. However, when they were halfway through their words, they realized that everyone around them was rolling their eyes at them. They could only give up and swallow their flattery. Northern Liang had the blood of martial arts flowing in their veins. In the eyes of most of the common people and Jianghu people, since this new Prince Liang had come with a light carriage, he didn't want to put on airs of killing the eldest son. Instead, he wanted to have a fair competition of martial arts. This was not the Central Plains, where the fist was the only thing that mattered here. Otherwise, why would it be said that the civil officials of Beiliang could defeat the generals of Liang Imperial Court with one hand? The reason why the Beiliang people were able to tolerate the numerous general-class families and the 20 years of oppression was also because of their natural disposition. It was true that those general-class children had committed crimes, but who asked their fathers to be generals who had rolled out from a pile of corpses? It was also a skill for others to be reincarnated into a good family. If they were not reincarnated into a good family, there was nothing to complain about. The most important thing was to let their children be reincarnated into a good family in the future. Probably because he had waited for too long, Sui Xiegu yawned and his snow-white eyebrows fluttered in the wind. Apparently, Su Fengnian wanted the Ancestor Eater sword to wait a little longer. After entering the pill seed field, he didn't show any signs of fighting immediately. Instead, he leaned his sword on the ground and placed his palm on the hilt. This kind of appearance, in the eyes of the spectators outside the field, could really be counted as the so-called Yuji Yuan Qi expert's demeanor. The Beiliang people's internal strife was fierce, but their degree of xenophobia was no less inferior. Compared to the unfamiliar old man who didn't carry any weapons, they naturally felt closer to this prodigal who had turned over a new leaf and was once known as His Royal Highness. Therefore, when Su Fengnian appeared on the stage, there was a burst of cheers and applause. Sui Xiegu, whose qi flowed like a magnificent waterfall, looked around and finally stared at Su Fengnian. A battle between experts was a battle of strength, battle of qi, battle of wits and battle of courage. Ultimately, it was still a battle of the heart. Sui Xiegu wanted to ask this young number 1 person in the world who was the strongest. Naturally, he wanted to fight to his heart's content. This was also what the old man was puzzled about. If the Tide Listening Pavilion restricted the movements of both parties, wouldn't the pill seed field be even more restricted? However, since the kid had called for a battle here, Sui Xiegu couldn't be bothered to reject. After all, if the innocent were to be implicated, it would be the people under this guy's rule. Sui Xiegu had been in the Jianghu for almost 100 years and had always been alone. There was nothing to be concerned about. Sui Xiegu was not a magnanimous person. If he made it clear that Su Fengnian didn't know the severity of the situation and insisted on putting on a show, Sui Xiegu would definitely kill him. As for whether the enigmatic Su Yambing would chase after him for thousands of miles, or whether the Bailiang's 300,000-strong cavalry would chase after him, why would Sui Xiegu care? If he really wanted to argue, the sword-eating elder was more worried that the old lady from the Guanyin sect would hold a grudge against him. However, that was all. Su Fengnian looked at Sui Xiegu in a daze. Thinking back to the time when he was following the old man in the sheepskin fur coat, when he first heard that an expert could travel hundreds of miles in an instant, it was like hearing a heavenly book. When he reached the top step by step, especially when he was a celestial being, he was able to look down on the mysterious celestial phenomenon of the first grade level 4. He also had a unique understanding of the mysteries of martial arts. The sword-eating elder in front of him was not the same as the average martial artist. He was a little similar to the young martial granduncle who rode the bull. He walked the path of the heavenly way and his route was the creation of all living things. Although the path was the same, there was a difference in the width of the path. Hong Shixiang's path was obviously wider. However, Sui Xiegu used the sword to seek the Tao. Ever since Sui Xiegu picked up the sword, he had spent a total of 80 years cultivating it meticulously. Whether it was the flow of blood and qi, the circulation of qi in the organs and lungs, or the opening and closing of the cardinal acupuncture points, all of them were at the peak of perfection. Rather than saying that the old man used the sword to seek the Tao, it was more accurate to say that Sui Xiegu had already used the Tao to develop the sword. This was probably the reason why Sui Xiegu dared to challenge Wang Xianji. The old man's physique and martial arts were not as high as Wang Xianji's. However, as long as Wang Xianji did not dare to claim that he was superior to the heavenly way, then both of them would have a chance. At this moment, there was a white rainbow that came from tens of thousands of miles away and crashed into the pill garden. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes to avoid the dazzling light. When they slowly opened their eyes, they did not know why there was still nothing strange in the pill garden. The old man with snow-white eyebrows was still there, and the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian, was also calm. Other than that, there was nothing else on the pill garden. However, Sui Xiegu seemed to be angry and grunted. Su Fengnian, whose palm was placed horizontally on the sword hilt, suddenly smiled, as if a knot in his heart had been untied.